Bonjour, bonjour. It's good to see everyone here. Maybe if you are in the back, maybe you can come a little bit closer too. Yes, we don't bite, not yet anyway. Good morning, I am Mate, and we have Mami Soa in the back, who is our room assistant. I'm the room manager. It's my pleasure to welcome you. Bienvenue à Wikimania. First, we have this very nice session today, how to organize your own wiki game jam. Nice, right? So please welcome Emmeline and Azmat from the team. Take it away.
Hello, good morning. Okay, we're starting with some late video waiting for people who are expecting the security line. The hero were just, they just catch us where we are. So we are both from the Bay Area with the Games chapter. We've been organizing like a game jam, two game jams last year, and we thought that there might be interest in bringing them to other cities. And this is Asmat who's been making wiki games for what, 2 years? Yeah, I think one day Asmat showed up at a meetup and she was just like, "Oh, I've been making all of these wiki games," and yes, here we are. Wiki game jam. I am changing the slides on my computer. There we go. On the screen. Here we go again. So game jam. This is us in March. But really what they're about is time where like developers, designers, communities coming together to create or I would say like our even more, okay. And they can be as short as a couple hours. That could be just like do a concept of a game, or for Wicom, which is more typical of a hackathon type organization. They could be longer. However, we haven't received like we could definitely do a week-long wiki game jam camp. What we've done is like days at the Games Developer Conference, but that's a wiki game jam happening at Fringe Suite on I think tomorrow afternoon, I think. Ask us if you want more details about that. Anyway, alright, I go without slides because the computer is not working. But just, you might already be aware of this, but like a bit of history about wiki games, like wiki racing has long been a game where you do about going. This is Kevin. He's from Wiki House. We started the game jam thing. And that is done through several names. Where like we would start on one page of Wikipedia and we start to and try to get to another as fast as possible. Kevin is actually the Northern America champion, I believe, of wiki racing. And Singapore. Sorry, he is world champion of wiki racing. Here we go. We have all sorts of overgames that are on the side. At some point they work again. A more serious one is citation hand that we've been using to like onboard new editors to Wikipedia for quite some time. There are all sorts of wiki So Wiki Game Jam, we've had like how many wins so far? New York, San Francisco with like physical games, and San Francisco with digital games, and they've been both like really fun and just like really meeting the objectives of bringing more the community together and then more people to the community. So we just wanted to share what we've learned, like all of the examples, all of the slides, just as toolkit if you wanted to bring this to your own community. And after I'm done talking, I'm just going to present like the technical side of things and just be available to discuss with you like events and the way you might want to design them. Definitely what we've learned is that for like all things, if you want to start small and grow from there, it's much easier to, and it's really fun to organize a game jam with like 12 people. And then when you try to go to like 50, it suddenly becomes like a logistical nightmare. And you're going to have like people dropping out, like it's getting just like more complicated. So that's really something that you could do at a cafe on a Saturday or Sunday afternoon, especially because we have partnered with a lot of local video and like game dev group or game design groups that you can like when we send them a message to the Bay Area, we have immediate response and we're able to like work with them like really easily. Game design programs, whether at universities or digital media programs in high school, are also a really great place to bring those programs to. The kind of like timeline, if we can just switch the slides, for like bigger events, is that we had like 6 of 9 of these all the events like we figured out. But also partnerships and grants, we reach out, like the giving 6 months to partners we found is like really important to for everyone to feel not stressed out. Finding a venue, like it's actually pretty easy to find sponsors also for game jams. Finding prizes, we've done just like gift cards to like coffee shops and things like this, so it can be really easy. 3 months is when like we had our event page ready, the starting communications, and then from there it was just like reminding people, Hello. You actually just want to make sure that you've got your survey ready. Like this is all like event basics, but I'm not assuming that everyone has like event experience. So just wanted to have it on the slide. And there's we've been talking like that idea that games can help us develop our like local activities and develop our communities. There are also there's a lot more to be explored, and that we're hoping that the community is like taking and implementing in their own way. NOC has started having like game time where they bring like the wiki arcade to libraries and have people like play the games and test the games. It could be an educational opportunity, like again with high schools or universities. There are organizations who are already making games for digital arts, and engaging with them also like expands our reach in other ways. Like to say a rapid word about grants for game jams. Like if we get grants for all of them, what we've learned, so they just like rapid grants which are under $5,000, and what we've learned is that you really want to focus on the learning aspects. Again, you might already know that, but since it's but since those grants are really about the community learning from learning and spending, like what you're going to learn about the community, what you're going to learn about games. Switch to that slide, or yeah, just one second. Was again happy to talk about this more. Happy to read drafts as well, but this is really what you want to emphasize. And on these, and just switch to the next one. And again, like all of our resources are available on MSI, and they will be on Commons, so you can just get started. And on this, I will pass the mic to Asna to talk about the tech toolkit for making games. I'm on all here. Um, oh, can you hear me now? Yes. You'll have to remind me. Um, so can we have the next one? So I want to go over two parts. One is an alternative playbook. Another one is parts-based playbook. Um, can you go to the next slide? So there are a couple of things that you need to make decisions about. So we have like a bunch of tools for registration, for information, a starter kit for everyone to get started creating games, collaboration tools, the kind of submission tool you would want, judging tools, and then some filtering tools that come with the runtime. You need to make decisions on how which kind of tools you want to use. Of course, it also depends on the number of participants you have, the kind of audience you have when doing those things. So for the video game jams, we use Luma to advertise because there's games. You can also use different streaming platforms depending on which city you are in. And then you would also want to have a team matching kind of tool. You can use Discord, but you can also use spreadsheets. Thank you. Yeah. So depending on how you want to organize the game jam, if you want to already have a couple of challenges for people to like work on, or you want to have a couple of dedicated features that you want to improve in a couple of games, or if you want like people to like explore Wikipedia in general. Based on that, you could have different teams, and you can use sheets, for example. You would also want a sort of collaboration tooling. If you have more experienced developers, you don't have to think about all of this. But if you have people who are not developers, you would want to have a dedicated tools, like for GitHub, and then just let them know like they can use drives for sharing. We did that for like the board games Wiki Game Jam. And then starter kits. I think this is extremely useful for people who have no experience with Wikipedia's APIs. They have no idea about the ecosystem that we have. This will help them spend less time on figuring out this part, and they can spend more time brainstorming their ideas. So I highly recommend giving a starter kit for everyone to focus more on brainstorming their ideas and testing them. So and then of course for submission platforms, you
you have itch. I definitely would recommend that. But you can also have a spreadsheet where, depending on, like, if you have like teams and the challenges, you can have like full control over how you want to display it. We did this. We have an arcade page, so we exported everything from this particular sheet. So if you want to have like more control, you can go for the third option. And then I think one important thing is to let everyone know at what point you would want to do a deployment check. That keeps the schedule a little bit more organized, because you also want to have some time for demos, and then you want to have some time to like do the testing itself. And this is extremely important. We have a page for this, so you can always port all of the details of the games, descriptions, the details of the participants, the game itself, the link to the game, permissions for us to like use the game, and all of those details. And if you forgot all of this, just remember like the minimum setup you need for organizing these game jams. And now let's think about the participant toolkit. If you were to go to a game jam, and if you were new to the Wikimedia ecosystem, what are the things that you would want as a participant? So you can do this in two ways. You can introduce them to all the games that we already have, because I think that's a great place to start for all of the sources, Wikimedia data sources that we have. But you can also have all of the Wikimedians that are there in the group to go over all the sources that we have. Games are obviously more fun. What you would want from these data sources is the different kinds of APIs we have, and then the kind of data that is returned. So Emmeline showed like a couple of games. One of the games was you have to guess how many spouses a celebrity has. So that's a good example of the kind of data or the kind of game people are trying to like think about. So you can talk to them. If they already have an idea, you can point to the exact API or the data source that would be useful. So giving them this early on helps speed up the game development, because they're not spending time identifying what source or like what is available, especially for people who are completely new to this ecosystem. And this is for mostly people who are not developers. People who are developers will choose the hosting options that are available that they usually use. So this is mostly for people who are who are perhaps like artists. If they're not sure where to deploy, you can always show some free resources that are great. And backend, in case they need the backend, and if they are also thinking about like multiplayer and all of that. Of course, a lot of people might or might not use AI-assisted coding tools, and if they want, you can always like point to them which ones are fun. So this this is a little bit nuanced. Some people would like to add features than create a new game by themselves. So you can point to a couple of features for the existing games that they can add. But then there are also people who who have their own game and would like to discuss with Wikimedians like what extra features that could be added. I think making all the games available in different languages is a great way to expand the game's focus. Adding multiplayer functionality is also like extremely desirable, I think. And of course, in the Wiki Game Jam in SF, there were a couple of artists. So they had like really interesting designs. And for people who are not artists, you can always point a lot of open source assets that also like enhance the games that we have. And I think that's it. Please let us know if you have some questions.
Steven, do you want to say what, or? I was also asked to tell everyone that there's a Wiki Game Jam on Thursday at Wiki Fringe, which is at Makers Village. Yeah.
So the first Wiki Game Jam we hosted in New York City in 2025. I think something that was kind of cool compared to most in-person Wikimedia events is the majority of attendees were not Wikipedians. Probably 60-70% of the people who showed up were, you know, they read Wikipedia, but they've never developed with Wikipedia. They're not editors, which I think means that this is kind of an effective way to kind of a new way to reach out to people who could become potential Wikipedians or just developers, right? So that's where having a mix of both Wikipedians and non-Wikipedians, the Wikipedians are kind of there to mentor, teach people about how Wikipedia works, the APIs, kind of the interesting facts you can get from Wikidata, etc. And yeah, I think there's a lot of potential for this to kind of be a recruitment engine and kind of making Wikipedia seem cool to younger folks who are getting into games and game development and things like that. Yeah, that's great.
Yes. Any questions before we move to like the practical part and like work with you on figuring out what kind of game jam you would like to ask? You would like to organize? No questions? Were we this clear? And just had a full... Okay. Well, thank you. You had a question. Did you? Oh, here. Yeah.
Mike is coming.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Joyce Chan from Wikimania Taiwan, and first of all, thank you for the introduction, and also thank you for Jennifer writing email to Wikimania Taiwan that has an interest in to host Wiki Game Jam in Taipei in the end of the year. So I'm actually here to ask both question and also like to see how we can work together. So in our cases, we do wanted to have this collaboration. However, we had internal discussion, but our affiliate and also most of the Taiwanese Wikimedian, we don't really have that partnership or someone profile both game developer and also Wikimedian. So also from myself, I am not coming from like a technical or game develop background. So all these mostly like participant toolkits and also the program that you have to get to all these steps, we probably do not have any capacity to do that. So my question would be, just in terms of to make it happen in the end of the year in Taipei, what your team, will there be anyone on site with us? This is like the first question, and the second is probably more like, do you actually like working as an affiliate? It's really in terms of the level that we also engage in. So what are the things that you would suggest that we could do and what you might be able to offer? Yeah.
Mike traveling back.
Yeah, so we actually chose the end of the year because some of us are going to be in Taipei for wiki portraits. So the Venn diagram of people who work on wiki portraits and Wiki Game Jam is like not insignificant. So, you know, so we chose those dates precisely because we knew we were going to be there anyway. And then the other thing is we also have friends who are in the gaming industry in Taipei, which is who are willing to collaborate, but they're not coming from a wiki perspective. So there's a decent developer community, and they are just willing to host overall.
I'll also add too, like I mentioned for New York, most of our participants weren't Wikimedians, and they actually came from the makerspace that was hosting us. They kind of did outreach and emailed their community of creatives and existing game developers. So most major cities have some sort of clubs and makerspaces that have already a community of game makers, and these are kind of the partnerships we'd want to develop when hosting these events, because like you mentioned, many Wikimedians, they're not game developers, right? So you want to reach out to the local community, build these partnerships, which is the whole, like, you want to start this process at least 6 months out to kind of foster that and help promote the event.
Yeah, and like maker spaces are a good place to like find game developers, and I mean universities. Like a university near you has a game development program, so there would be like people with whom you can engage, and then you can. I always think in terms of organizing, you want to build on other communities. We are one community, and we're building on other communities around us anytime that we want to expand. Like, and universities are usually searching for like projects that their students can be implementing. So I think we're definitely happy to answer questions. We're sharing our resources. We're sharing like all of the materials that we've developed. We also have a games evaluation toolkit, the like game categories and examples and all that. So all of this is available. But I think the beauty of those kind of events is that they allow you to grow into your local community. So I don't know that it's really useful to like always fly someone over, maybe for the first one, but I think like what's really nice is when you're able to grow that capacity locally. I know that for the Bay Area chapter, and I mean we're privileged in that regard, but we always had a technical lead for the user group, like so like we always had like one person who was the person of reference who for all of the technical kind of events. And I think when you get that person, that's when all of these becomes a lot easier. There was a question over there too.
Of course, Mike traveling. Did you want to ask the question?
I mean, this is not necessarily a specific question I want answers now from, but it kind of stems from a bit of the conversation that I was having with Asmath yesterday, which is around, like, one of the things is, like, a lot of these games are either being built based on data sets that you are pre-curating because they are not already in an existing structured form that is ingestible for games, or two, you are using existing APIs. And I think one of the things that would be really helpful as an output from some of these game jams would be to hear what are the things that you wish existed in terms of either pre-prepared data sets or in terms of APIs. And I say that, so my background is as the engineering manager for the mobile apps teams. Like, there is a little bit of overlap that exists there in we also are looking for how do we structure things. Sometimes it's because we want to present things to users in really interesting ways. But having, like, internally as a team, the discussions around do we want to build games based on pre-curated data sets and who is doing that curation. Like, one of the things is that it can often be easy, especially like if your first language is English or French, then we can build a game around that because we can work in the language, we can review the content. But then how do you make a game that is readily transposable into other languages? And either you're using an API that allows you to collect information or whatever and make it truly multilingual, or communities are needing to kind of manage and curate those data sets. So like, I think one of the things that'd be really cool is to hear like what would be helpful to support building games. What are the data sets where like, man, I wish this existed, because it might be that there are helpful overlaps. So.
I think that's great. We have, in the game jams itself, while we were brainstorming ideas, A lot of people did mention like, do you have this? Do you have that? We unfortunately did not document that, the brainstorming aspect of it, but I think that would be a great feedback. And I think we should include it in the other game jams, just as a documentation of all the things that we would absolutely love to have.
Yeah, we have a draft of a pre-event survey and a post-event survey, and that's like, and we kind of like try to collect game IDs from the pre-event survey, but definitely the source of data. Another thing that I would mention is that depending on the part of the encyclopedia, Wikidata and Wikipedia aren't connected. So I was trying to make dinosaur-based card games, and it turns out that Wikipedia has much better structured data than Wikidata. And I was like, oh, come on. Like, we have to get on it. We're the Wikipedians. We should have great dinosaur data. But like, if you don't know that this is the case, it really isn't intuitive that that structured data would be there. So I feel like there's just so many different use cases, but we definitely we could also, feels like this is a fairly easy research project to set up, right? Just like engage with game developers. There's definitely a lot of like professional game developers who are using our data already, like for all of these trivia and puzzle games. So it's kind of beyond the scope of like what we did, but it's definitely something that we can start doing. I don't think there's a lot of difficulties in doing that. Any other questions? Yes, over there. Oh, and over here.
Thank you.
Thank you. My question would be, do you require a background of coding in order to come up with a game? Because I don't have any of that, and I got into here so that I can at least learn how to create a game. So
Please wait for the mic to answer so we can get it to the online folks.
So I am not a game developer. I'm a designer, but I've been making games in like some shape or another for like a very long time. And I would like to stress, I am not a game developer. Don't make me develop a game. But you both have. We haven't talked to that, and we can definitely add it to the resources as well. But you have a lot of game engines that are entirely visual. So you could use those to make like wiki-inspired games. There's I think one of the ideas that we had for the game jam was to create a wiki game engine where you would create like your own trivia, and it would like just like take care of the interface for like your party game. And then, do you want to talk a little bit about coding assistance?
Yes. A lot of, actually, for Wiki Game Jam SF, there are a lot of people who were not developers, but they were also not Wikimedians either. And but they were extremely creative. So they made like a lot of interesting interactive interfaces. So you absolutely don't need to have any developing knowledge whatsoever. Also, you have like Codex and Claude and all the other AI generative.
This is not my game, but Wiki Asteroids was almost one-shot AI generated. Is that fair to say, Kevin? Almost. For our first iteration, we were at the Internet Archive. We were actually supposed to be working on WikiCred and kind of stuff, but the Internet Archive has this like sort of like video game console type situation, and someone just mentioned like, wouldn't it be cool if we had something similar in Wikipedia? And during, I mean, I was gonna say like 15 minutes, less than 15 minutes, the first, and this was back in February of 2025. It did a decent first pass with still a couple of bugs. So the trick there were still a couple of bugs, but if Kevin is the developer, but it's the kind of thing where if you are very good at prompting and shaping, you at this point probably for first iteration do not necessarily need deep coding experience, especially if it's based on existing kind of known software.
Actually, a discussion that we should have, but like, is there like skills that we could write up for people who want to make games for like different coding assistants.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Yeah, I know there's like varying views on AI, but for people who just want to build something quickly, like in a Wiki Game Jam, you're doing this over 1-2 days, so you don't have a lot of time. So it is good for prototyping. It is good to just get something going, proof of concept, and then building on that. The other thing I want to highlight is teams. It's common at Wiki Game Jams for people to build teams of 2, 3, 4 people, and these teams could be, for example, 2 developers, a Wikipedian, and a designer working together, right? Developers do the coding, designers creating the graphics, and the Wikimedians kind of guiding and helping with the Wikipedia side of the project, right? To kind of get that good mix of people, you often have to, again, do that outreach to different communities to attract the designers, attract the developers, attract the Wikipedians. But if you can get kind of that good, diverse crowd, people will kind of self-sort into teams based on what they need. So again, if you're not a game developer, you probably have the ability to still contribute towards a game in a meaningful way.
Another thing I just want to mention, like, I'm well conscious that we speak from a very privileged background where like everyone's got a coding assistant, and there's an abundance of developers around who can help with these. But I actually, like, personally, I thought that the physical game jam was perhaps like even better at like engaging the immediate community, because it was just like people, the only thing that you need is like paper and people who like games. You don't need anything else. A printer is great because like then you can like make your own cards, or like a 3D printer can be great because you can make your own figurine, like a laminator, but you can really just do this with just paper and markers and people who like games. And so you don't have to make a video game. It can just be engaging people around like making a paper game and thinking about game mechanics and just like and playing it together. One other thing that we've observed that's going to be in the toolkit as well, we were hoping that we would publish this before Wikimania, but it's going to be mid-August probably, is that when you work on paper, people are much more likely to think about collaboration, how to play the game collaboratively or like multiplayer. Whereas when you are making like video games, both for like technical reasons, like it's harder to like do a multiplayer game, or just like the examples that people have in mind is just like the trivia games. We're going to focus more on like the solo experience. But so we had some really interesting game mechanics like discussions when we were just working on paper, and that's you don't need developers. You don't even need computers. That can just be done anywhere. And I just want to make sure, conscious of time, and that was another question.
Thank you. Okay, ciao. The question is, starting from someone who, I am starting from scratch. Let's say I want to do a game with a small group that doesn't know anything. What do you suggest as a game? From what can I start?
I think a great place to start would be Wiki Arcade. So it has a bunch of games that we have made, and it's a great place to start. It also has like some documentation, and that will kind of help you to start brainstorming what kind of game you would want to make. And another tip would be to so Wikipedia's API, there's a page that you can use to like just go over the summary and see like what would be the best API for you to use that like fit your game. So, but the first place would definitely be the Wiki Arcade to go over all the games that we already have. That'll kind of give you an idea of like what kind of things can be built.
I'll also add, just kind of take inspiration from existing games. Like when I made Wiki Asteroids, that's just because I was inspired by the original Atari Asteroids game from 1985 or something like that, right? So it's kind of like, how do I turn the classic arcade game into something powered by Wikipedia? It's kind of like, oh, well, you can spawn asteroids. How do you want to spawn asteroids? Let's power it by Wikipedia recent changes, right? And it kind of exploring the Wikipedia APIs for how to build that. So I think, yeah, like mentioned, take inspiration from existing games, take inspirations from games you already enjoy, and kind of figure out how you can put a Wikipedia angle into that.
Any more questions from the crowd? Anything online, Mamiswa? Nope. Okay. Any more questions? No. Don't waste this wonderful opportunity, folks. There is a question. Mike Traveling.
Sorry, I could probably look this up. I was just looking at the Wiki Arcade. Is that just online games, or does that also link to some of the physical ones you guys were talking about, cards as well? Is it all Wiki games?
Thank you. Just the Wiki Arcade only has the online game. I don't know if you want to add the physical ones, but we also have we have, like, again, once we get that toolkit finalized and on Wiki, all of the examples of physical games will be there. And we're at the end of the session, I believe. But if there's we've got 5 more minutes. So if there's another question.
No, I was gonna save it for last, but anyway. So, as someone who, let's say I am literally new to Wiki Arcade, which game should I play first?
I think Wiki Asteroids is really a great game for you to just check out, because if you have played the Asteroids game and then Wikipedia version of it, and then for my personal favorite game is Redactyl. I really love that Wikipedia game. I really think it really introduces you to so many nice pages, really tests you. But that's just my personal favorite. But if you are new to the ecosystem and you want to check out a lot more APIs, I don't know if you have a favorite that you would.
My favorite is the Wiki theme one. But that's because I feel very seen as an organizer by this game. And there was another question.
And these games, they use the API, so they get Wikipedia data for fun. Are there any in the Wiki Arcade that create content for Wikipedia?
So Kevin, you might want to check me on that, but I think for the games that create content, there's more of a tradition of that. There's Citation Hunt, there are Wiki Commons games, and I don't think we have a lot of games right now on the Wiki Arcade. Because the question was more how do you engage readers in different ways, and how do we gamify editing. There's a couple. I actually think there's a couple ones, but I don't think it's the majority.
Yeah, we currently list 3 games that contribute back to Wikimedia in some way. There's Magnus Mansk's distributed game for helping contribute Wikidata data. There's a WikiCrowd that asks you to help label Wikimedia Commons images, and something related to citations. I know from the Commons sessions yesterday, you introduced what was it called? Taxania? Yeah, which is a kind of exploring and taking photos of things throughout your. Sorry? Taxania, was it? Yeah. Which I actually love that game, right? Having mobile apps that kind of let people engage in their environment using their camera. So yeah, I think more games that contribute back to Wiki absolutely is something as a community we should explore as well. 2 more minutes. Any more questions?
Coffee time.
That's right.
And find us if you coffee time, I was saying, and do find us if you have any questions, or email us. Personal talk page, email WikiHouse. We're happy to help. Sorry. Oh yes, there is a Wiki Game Jam tomorrow at Villette Makers at 5 p.m. in the evening. You can ask Jenny about that. Sorry, I should have put that on the slides.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Azmat, Emmeline, and Kevin for this presentation. And now please enjoy the tea and coffee break. See you at 10, folks. Sorry, 11. See you at 11.
This is our joke, yeah.
Bonjour. Bonjour, bonjour. Welcome to South 3. We're 2 minutes away from starting this wonderful session. Good morning, folks. Welcome to our beautiful room 3. Merci, merci. Bienvenue à Wikimania et salle 3 aujourd'hui. And my name is Mathieu. We also have Mami Soave, who is the room assistant, and the room manager. Welcome, bienvenue. Let me introduce the New Frontiers in Higher Education Wiki collaboration session for the next hour. And here is Andrew Lee to take things away. Andrew.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Welcome. How many people, this is your first Wikimania that you're going? Wow. Welcome. Congratulations from being your first Wikimania. I have been to every Wikimania. There's only 4 of us have been to every Wikimania, so bonus if you can find all 4 at this Wikimania this year. Thank you for coming to this session, and I love the small, intimate room that we have here. We actually have an Etherpad if you're interested. It's got that short code there. We might bring it up later on again, but this is hopefully a place where any of the links that we talk about or some of the, even the whole presentation that we're talking about today will be findable at that Etherpad link. So it's w.wiki/uppercase SEO uppercase E. So that is the Etherpad where we can take any notes. So my name is Andrew Lee. I've been a part of the Wikimedia movement since 2003. And how I started was as a crazy university professor, and I did a wild and crazy thing. I, in July of 2023, asked a class of 50 students to edit Wikipedia without knowing anything about it. And I told them each to watch, learn, and try to edit the articles in Wikipedia about their own homeland, which was Hong Kong. And it was a wild adventure, and the Wikipedia community was actually very nice to 50 very inexperienced editors who were making copyright violations, were putting in typos, and weren't putting in any references. But we've evolved a long time since then, and that's what we're talking about today. So ever since that first ever classroom assignment, which kind of made history because it was the first one we'd ever done in a university, much of our movement's work with higher ed has been in silos, in small experiments, right? A class edit-a-thon, WikiEdu might support a professor in their wiki work, or departmental project, or sometimes even a university librarian. But we're here to talk about something that moves the needle to something bigger, I think. So how might we take a university's entire breadth of expertise, its course catalog, its expert faculty, its multimedia content, and connect it to Wikimedia as a global education resource? So in this panel, we're going to look at different ways of doing this, or different versions of this that we're trying out. And I think this is a huge turning point because we have done this in the glam wiki world, right? Galleries, libraries, archives, and museums at scale. So I've worked with Smithsonian and the Met Museum, but now I'm working with MIT, University in the United States, that has a massive course catalog, and we're going to talk about that. And we're also going to talk about how the Basque Wikimedians, being a smaller community, have embraced the most innovative things we've seen in our Wikimedia movement in terms of using Wikidata, multimedia, and things like that. And also we're going to talk about new efforts from folks working in open education at universities and how they see Wikipedia as an avenue for their open access activities. And this is going to be a really nice spectrum of different views on this area, on this new frontier for higher education collaboration. So let's first hear from the Basque users group folks, and let's welcome them to the stage.
Okay, hi to everybody. We are Ayora and Maggie, and today we are here to explain you Ikusgela. One moment. Okay. Oh. Okay. Ikusgela is an audiovisual and educational project developed by the Basque Wikimedian user group, and nowadays we have more than 250 educational videos on a wide variety of subjects such as philosophy, economy, history, and many more. All these videos are integrated into Wikipedia articles, but they are also shared through standalone media such as YouTube and social medias like TikTok or Instagram, making them more available. But this project raises an important question, that is how we can be sure that the content we create is accurate and reliable, no? So for that, for the first, all the videos can be easily changed, so we need to get things right by the start. And then all the content we create must be educative, factual, and engaging. And in the same time, we use different codes to communicate subjects like science or history. So to do that, we have to work models, and now I'll hand over to Ayora to explain that.
Okay, thank So, as we just saw in the image, Ikusgela's videos are organized by series, and the videos from each series follow a different production process. Generally speaking, we can distinguish two models. In the first model, university experts are the first step in creating the video content. We contact professors or researchers at the university and ask them to prepare a dossier on a previously agreed topic. We try to find topics that are interesting and are valuable for students. To make the process easier for everyone, we provide the experts with a guide on how to organize the information so that all the videos follow similar structure. Spoiler, many times they don't follow the guide. What a surprise. So, philosophy videos are the best example of this model. An expert is responsible for preparing the information, and we then send it to another expert for review. We give the resulting material to someone else who will write the video script. Their job is to turn all that information from academia into a script from an engaging video. Generally, when we are looking for people for this job, in addition to being skilled in audiovisual media, we also try to ensure they have knowledge of the subject matter. We make this because understanding the main discussions and relevant information in that subject is key for making a good video. And once the script is finished, it is sent back to the experts for approval. So, experts, script, experts. Oh, no, that was this one. So here you can see how are the credits listed in the videos Wikipedia page. Well, that's the content manager, Kai Chapartegui, then the content reviewer, then there's the coordination, video, script, editing, voiceover, the sound technician, and at the end, you can see that it's Eskerrak special thanks to, and that's Jose Azurmendi Cátedra is a university department, Jose Azurmendi, which was a Basque philosopher and important man. And then it's Agora, which is Association of High School Philosophy Teachers. So we work with them in creating these videos, and they are listed in every video's credits. Okay, so that would be one way of making videos, and the other is this one. In this case, the first step starts with us. The script is written by an internal or external partner with expertise in the subject matter. The resulting draft is then sent to the higher education institutions, and they themselves seek out experts to review it. An example of this model is our ancestors, gure arbasoak. Many of you will recognize the person you see here. It's Galder, our colleague. He was supposed to be here talking today about himself, but right now he's giving another presentation, so don't go to see him, please stay. Our ancestors, gure arbasoak. So this is the other credit page in another video, and you can see aurkezlea is the presenter himself. The script, he made it also. So then it's editing, and there's aholkularitza, consulting or consultancy. You can see many names there. Those are experts in various fields that have been consulted. And then then is the coordination, the video, the sponsor, and at the end, again, thanks to the chair of scientific culture at the Basque University. So they partner with us, so they are credited also there. And these are the two general models we use. They are adapted to each series, but all fall within these two models in one way or the other. The experts consulted in both cases are credited in the video credits, which lends credibility to the content. And in some cases, the higher education institutions that participated also share the results within their area. So that's it, Ikuskela, that's for us. Thank you.
¿Cómo se dice? Estoy fuera de foco. I'm out of place. Oh no, no, hold on. Hi. Well. Perfect. Hi, my name is Florencia Claes. I am part of the OFILIBRE, the Free Knowledge and Culture Office of Universidad Rey Juan Carlos in Madrid, Spain. My English is not the best. That's why I need to read. And also because I feel more comfortable reading in another language other Spanish, right? Before talking about our project, let me briefly introduce the context. Universidad Rey Juan Carlos is a public university. It has 30 years old and is one of the largest university in Madrid region. We have 46,000 students and over 3,000 academic staff, and very necessary, 1,000 administrative and support people. Within this context, OFILIBRE, the Free Knowledge and Culture Office, works to promote open knowledge across teaching, research, and institutional practice. 4 years ago, we launched an institutional initiative inspired in the MIT OpenCourseware. Our goal was simple, to get faculty to publish their teaching materials under open licenses. We thought the main challenge would be convincing faculty to publish, but today we know that open licenses were the only first step, right? The real challenge was ensuring that those materials were truly reusable. It is not a matter of university publishing materials, it's a matter of a university recognizing that educational knowledge is a knowledge commons, and therefore must be designed from the outset so that others can understand, reuse, and adapt and improve the materials, right? So we have some lessons to share with you. The first and most important is that free licenses are learned but not assumed. We've noticed that many people think they understand what it means to publish openly or under free licenses, but that's not always the case. We had to undertake a significant internal training effort explaining what free licenses really are, why we use CC BY or CC BY SA, share alike, how they are different from other Creative Commons licenses, and why we follow the definition of free cultural works from the 2003 Berlin Declaration of Open Access Knowledge in Science and Humanities. Before we could talk about open materials, we had to build an institutional culture of open knowledge. The second lesson is that publishing teaching materials is not a simple matter of uploading a file to a repository. We had to address issues that rarely come up with in calls for submissions. For example, who is actually the author of a material when multiple teachers are involved, how to document consent from all authors, how to properly cite three-party resources, how to include the licenses both in the metadata and within the document itself, and how to identify the software, images, videos, or podcast used. In fact, we come to realize that publishing teaching materials involves genuine editorial process, right? so you can see all the parts involved. Our lesson 3, that it maybe sounds simple, but it's very important. A PDF is readable. An editable file is reusable. It has been an important issue to address. Many people publish their only the PDF or YouTube video that allow people to read or to see the content, but not to adapt it. If we truly believe in free culture, we must also publish the materials that allow the resource to be modified, the editable presentation, the original document, the SVG file, the video editing project, when it's possible. The freedom to modify only exists if the source material is available. Source material, yesterday we've been discussing if it was editable resources, source file, raw file. I love raw file. Our 4th lesson is that we also learn that open resource need infrastructure to remain viable. Viable. It must be preserved and discoverable and have persistent identifiers, appropriate metadata, and formats that facilitate its distribution. A resource that that no one can find or that cannot be modified is unlikely to be reused. Making a resource open is not just about allowing access. It's about making it easier to others to continue working with it. Metadata and indexing, and above all, dissemination through databases are also very important. These materials are indexed, for example, on Google Scholar, which is an easy way to arrive to them, right? So here you have the videos and also the written materials. Well, this is our numbers. We are very small, right? And however, these numbers are only part of the story. The real achievement has been helping hundreds of lecturers understand how to publish educational materials responsibly under free licenses. Every one of these resources require decision about authorship, copyright, attribution, licensing, and long-term reuse. In other words, we didn't just create more open resources, we gradually built an institutional culture around the open educational publishing, right? Oh. I think I have problems. Oh, okay. Perfect. So, after 4 years, we have learned that publishing is not only the beginning. Our goal is to create educational resources that others can reuse, adapt, and improve. And that is how knowledge evolves, and that is the spirit of Wikimedia. To take that possible, we must share not only the final product, but also the source file behind it. So thank you very much for listening to me. And gracias a mis compañeros de Ofi Libre, Jesús y Tomás.
Thank you so much, Florencia, Maddie, Ayora. It is not easy to present in a language that's not your native tongue. I think you did amazing. So thank you so much for doing that. Very quickly, we're going to talk about some of the things that we're doing with MIT. I did not realize until I started working with them that MIT OpenCourseware, which you might have heard of before, is exactly the same age as Wikipedia. Yeah, ooh, I didn't know that. So if you don't know MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, if you're not an English speaker, that's a mouthful to say Massachusetts Institute of Technology. But MIT, as you may know, is a very respected, one of the world's greatest engineering and science universities in the entire world. And we're just really thankful that we have this opportunity to work with them. So we're going to hear from Kurt first about reaching 1 billion learners. And just to set this up, one of the things that I found working with institutions for the last 20 years with Wikipedia, whenever anyone in their strategy or their plan says, how do we reach 1 billion people around the world? Almost everyone thinks of Wikipedia first, because our numbers are so much bigger than any other website in the world in terms of visitors. So here to talk about MIT courseware, OpenCourseware is Kurt Newton.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew, for that intro. Yes, we're thrilled to share this 25-year anniversary with Wikipedia. In OpenCourseware's history, we think we've reached about 500 million people so far. And so our goal, again, is over the next decade to reach, 1 billion people. We hear from learners around the world stories such as this, and this is what motivates us to continue to do this sort of work. That people, here after doing this for 25 years are still amazed that they can access, the highest quality learning materials and find them inspiring and make use of them in whatever ways make sense for them in their own individual lives. What is OpenCourseware? It's a representation of the entire curriculum from MIT, not just STEM, but also great social sciences and business and entrepreneurship and so forth. Across the 2,500 courses that we have live on our website, you've got 2,500 syllabi, about 8,000 full-length lecture videos. Most of those are 45 minutes to 90 minutes long. About 18,000 notes and readings, over 10,000 different assignments and exam files to work from, many, many thousands of individual pieces of content such as illustrations. OpenCourseware's default license includes that non-commercial clause. It's Creative Commons by NCSA. That non-commercial clause was essential for us to convince faculty to participate with us voluntarily 25 years ago. Nobody knew what this whole putting stuff online would turn into. But we are, recognizing that has been our default license, now starting to explore and experiment with the more open license forms of CC BY and BY SA. And we think that will pay dividends in the future, including making it easier to work with Wikipedia. I want to also put the work we do in this broader context of what open education has turned into. Yes, we've got many schools around the world, and Florencia, thanks for sharing the great work that your university is doing here these last few years. But a number of schools that are doing things kind of in the spirit of sharing the curriculum in the style of OpenCourseware. In other settings, open education has turned into open textbooks specifically, and especially in the United States, where the affordability of higher education is such a critical challenge. A lot of the open education energy goes into specifically creating open textbooks. The publisher OpenStax being a very, very prominent one. The Open Textbook Library collecting thousands of these things together, and about $1 billion per year supposedly is being saved for students who are in school through these open textbooks. And stretching outside of the resources that we're creating for open education, it's also important to recognize what has developed around the practices of open education, and especially what's known as open pedagogy. And I can think of no greater example of this than WikiEDU and its creation of an infrastructure for getting students to contribute to the commons as well, these non-disposable assignments, and improving the quality of Wikipedia pages is just a wonderful, additional component of the broader open education field. When we started this 25 years ago, we didn't know what it would turn into. And so it's thrilling to see these different approaches and different models taking shape, and we are thrilled to just continue to be part of this. The reach of OpenCourseware is global. I'm thrilled that over 2/3 of OpenCourseware's traffic comes from outside North America. And while almost 100% of our source content is in English language. I think this map is going to shift dramatically in the next few years with the emergence of pretty good, automated translations into other languages, and we're starting to see the momentum of this pick up now. When we started OpenCourseWare 25 years ago, we thought most of the users would be professors at other schools, and maybe a few very motivated students doing self-directed learning. We were thrilled and surprised to see how many other curious learners, lifelong learners there are. And almost half of the use of MIT OpenCourseWare is from people who are not associated with a school. They're independent learners, lifelong learners, or professionals. Yes, there's a lot of students as well that are making use of this, but that sort of roughly 50% in school, 50% out of school continues to motivate us and drive, why we work the way that we do. We started with making sure that when we put these materials on our website, they were easy to download. All of our course materials can be downloaded as zip files, for instance, for the whole course. Yes, PDFs that you can print out and carry around in your back pocket. Discovering OpenCourseWare through internet search and having it show up in repositories has been a key part of it. And making sure that videos are accessible for people. So not only on the OpenCourseWare website, for instance, having the videos available on the Internet Archive, and so they are downloadable and permanently available has been really important. But this landscape has been shifting over the 25 years. So we started using YouTube in 2007, and this has grown now into at least as important way to reach people as the website is. About half of OpenCourseWare's use now comes through our YouTube channel. It's the most subscribed .edu on YouTube. We enhance our support for offline use, for reuse and adaptations by having our materials now available in a progressive web app called OCW2Go, and you can download and carry full courses with videos when you're offline, and that's been an important enhancement. We see now the growth over the past year especially that AI tools like ChatGPT are referring now a substantial amount of traffic to OpenCourseWare. And this sets the stage for the tremendous expansion in access through having our materials show up in Wikipedia. And we're thrilled to get to work with Andrew specifically about how this works. In addition to having the materials show up, as references on Wikipedia, I'll just note that we're doing experiments in adapting our materials to expand engagement. An economics lecture, Oligopoly 2, might inspire a few people, but we find that the reach is dramatically expanded if we find a couple of, say, 4-minute clips from this 45-minute lecture. One of them about, is the National Football League a cartel? Another one, why are there so many cereals on the shelves when I go grocery shopping? And these 2 4-minute clips pulled from Oligopoly 2 got about 100 times the reach when we've pulled these things out. This is what we've been doing over the past year, and so having these sort of well-constructed clips make their way out into the world, not just on YouTube, but also through, say, showing up in Wikipedia pages about at the economic concept of oligopoly, feels like this would pay some dividends. So with that, how are we working with Wikipedia and the work we've got going on with Andrew? I'll hand it back to you.
All right, thank you. Just to remind you, we're going to try to do these as lightning talks and to leave plenty of time for questions and discussion afterwards. So one of the things that we've been looking into are different modes ranging from easy to more difficult in terms of how we might have collaboration. So one is simply pointing to MIT resources that might help Wikimedians when Wikimedians have actually asked for it, or there are avenues to seek that help. So I'll show you some examples of where we've been looking to say, where are the signals in Wikipedia editions of editors, and you probably know them, either citation needed, or a little message saying more sources needed, or needs improvement, or ref improvements. And then number two might be actually improving the content itself by adding things like additional readings or related readings or actual course information or course material that will help solve exact problems in an article. And then number three is uploading high quality content, as we were talking about with the Basque community. Can we work on multimedia uploads and content that would actually improve articles and content across all the different editions there? So here's some examples of things that we've been trying out. One is identifying gaps. This is going to be very specific to different language editions of Wikipedia. So some of the things I'm talking about might be specific to English Wikipedia, may or may not be one-to-one mappable to your language editions. But you might have projects that try to find problems with articles, and then you can now come in with not just MIT, but any university with their resources to try to solve them. So we've made this app here that actually looks at all the MIT courseware. So although it's 2,000 some classes, relative to Wikipedia, it's not that big. 2,000 some classes. If we can bring that course information into its own little database, now we can check Wikipedia against MIT's content in just one database and not just across many web pages on MIT's website. So this is an interface here where we said, let's prototype the keyword matching of what Wikipedia articles might be related to the classes at MIT and see what the similarity might be there. We actually got some nice keyword help from MIT grad students as well. So these are just some examples of, level one might be talk page suggestions. On English Wikipedia, we have this template called ref ideas. Has anyone ever heard of ref ideas on a talk page? Yeah, not many people know of this, right? So this is actually a template we have that says, I'm not going to change the article in Wikipedia, but this might be useful to you if you're improving the article, right? So it's almost like a bookshelf of references, not in the article itself, but on the talk page of an article. And then you might have relevant external links. We don't want to spam articles. We don't want to put unwanted, links there. But for very specific articles where MIT has very, very high quality classes, that might be a really good match to add as external links or related reading. And then level 3 and level 4, when the community has specifically asked for, this needs a citation, this reference is gone, like we need something better than this, MIT or other folks can come in to do those things. And then we found entire swaths of missing articles for certain very specialized scientific topics, whether it's, climate science or the economics of climate, I should say. The economics of climate science were really interesting, how much Wikipedia is missing in those areas. So here's just some example of some of the scripts that we've run to try to find out, you can see here which templates exist in different articles in Wikipedia and how they might match to MIT content. Here's just one specific example where we added to the talk page of Vesper theory a link to the actual class talking about Vesper theory, right? So this might be a useful thing for someone who wants to improve the article. Another example is this one, AI in healthcare, very specific article, right? So there is a whole class at MIT called Machine Learning for Healthcare, right? And in fact, someone put the message at the top saying, we need more sources. So in that case, I think it's a good match to say, MIT's got a whole class on it. So go learn from that and maybe improve the article. So this is maybe specific to English Wikipedia. For wiki projects, we have this kind of scorecard that shows you what are the most popular articles in terms of page views, and then also what's their assessment, like what's their quality. So I think this is a very good beacon to say that articles that are very high traffic but very low quality probably are good candidates for improvement, right? Those are things that the community wants us to improve actively, right? So those are some of the tools we've been building around this. This is a dashboard that tries to look at where are the high needs for Wikipedia given how popular articles are and how much people are asking for help on those articles. So if it's a big bubble, that's the traffic. Then also the color shows you how many templates, like help needed templates are on there, which is interesting. And then you can see the matches on the right-hand side there. Okay, just some of the other examples of how we are looking and running these tests here. But what's I think it's interesting is that we need to fine tune this. You just can't say, let's do a match and everything's done. We might have inappropriate classes on the MIT side, like laboratory classes, not that useful for references, right? On the other hand, you have all these articles in Wikipedia, I'm sure you've seen, like mass media in Ethiopia, mass media in Cambodia, mass media. Those aren't useful to improve with our method, so we want to eliminate those. So there's a lot of fine-tuning we need to do if we're doing a project like this. And then I just want to show this to show that we actually have data science students at MIT at the master's and higher level actually running more advanced algorithms. Like this one is called re-rank, which is a very well-known cosine similarity type of algorithm that's much more advanced than I could do. So it's nice to be able to tap them to give some recommendations given what we're feeding them from the Wikipedia side. So this is all to say that we are doing a lot of cool stuff, and just lately this is one example of where some content that used to be NC, we've convinced them to try to find ways to make it compatible with Commons. So this is an example of XBio, and maybe Kurt, you have to explain what the relationship is, but XBio is kind of under the wing now of MIT, right? So XBio has said, we want our images in Wikipedia, that'd be great, we want to contribute. We said, well, sorry, you're NC. And then they went back to the artist, and they worked on, and they finally came back, like a few weeks ago, said, all right, we released it all under SA, no, not even SA, just CC BY. So they said, you can use them. And now there's 500 images from Flickr that we're starting to bring over, and you can see that these are beautiful images. That's their Flickr feed on the left. We've brought in some on the right, and look how nice these are, right? And the key here is that these were built for learning. So a lot of the images we have in Wikipedia are like scientific and from a book, and these were made to teach. And that's a really great resource to have on Wikipedia. And you can even imagine, even though these are in English, it's not that hard to translate them because the text is set off against a white background. It's really easy to edit. Maybe even some AI could help here if you're ambitious, right? So it's really neat to see this, that we're starting to do this now, and we're starting to put them in some articles. This one is in the visual spectrum or visible spectrum article, and that's really nice to see that there. And yeah, so we're going to keep experimenting in these areas, and I'm eager to hear any questions or ideas that you might have. You know, we're just 3 different efforts. I'm sure other people have ideas that we'd love to hear about as well. Then we're going to have Peter talk about the context. Peter Kaufman is one of our folks at MIT OCW. He's been a great friend of the movement. He's helped us host conferences at MIT for the North American community. So thank you so much for supporting our work, and he's going to give us some context around our collaboration. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. It's great to be here. Yeah, so my name is Peter Kaufman. I work at MIT raising money, and I also write books. The other way. Okay. Cool. There we go. Okay. I raise, millions of dollars, but I write books that maybe a few dozen people read. So why is all this important? I'd like to kind of geolocate and chronolocate, if that's a thing, our efforts here. And so I'd like to make 3 points. I notice we're in France. Wikipedia, with so many articles, 7 million plus in English, Wikipedia alone, and so many languages, more than 360 of them, is the greatest contribution to human knowledge ever. I'd put to you that it's followed in a close second by MIT Open Courseware. The entire curriculum of one of the great universities is put online also for free. But Wikipedia is a successor to the colossal achievement of the Enlightenment called the Encyclopédie. 28 volumes published over 20 years, 76,000 entries, 17 volumes of text, 11 volumes of illustrations, planned out right here in Paris. The Encyclopédie was the major achievement of the French Enlightenment, whose aim, in Diderot's words, was to, quote, change the common way of thinking. through the diffusion of knowledge and the development of critical modes of thought. That effort had 64,000 cross-references in it, which is not easy if you think about it, because this was typeset in print, and you had to plan out in advance how you would have a link in the first volume to the 8th or 9th volume that would appear 10 years later. And these are separate volumes that came out in alphabetical order, almost again 300 years ago, right here in Paris. At every single institution that I have worked at, I've tried to convince key players to contribute their knowledge to Wikipedia. This is the Library of Congress, Public Broadcasting in the States, Columbia University, and at MIT, at last, we have an institution that will indeed commit to contributing knowledge of vital importance to the country that we live in and the world for free to the commons. In fact, in 2017, when I came to MIT, I came with a grant from the Hewlett Foundation that was explicitly designed so that I would help advocate for putting MIT knowledge into Wikipedia. Even Kurt does not know this, but when the program officer and I met in 2016 to discuss that Hewlett education program, she said to me as she was leaving it, okay, hey, this advocacy work is now in your lap. Thanks a lot. So I've been chomping at this bit for 9 years. And life is unfair in many ways, as many of us know, but here we are in Paris today, all of us, with Kurt and Andrew and our colleagues from the Basque language and Spain, and to speak about university contributions more generally to this thing, which is, in fact, the greatest contribution to human knowledge ever developed. And even if nothing gets accomplished from here on out, which is highly unlikely if Andrew remains involved, but we should all take a minute to congratulate ourselves on getting to this point. We've registered the conversation. We've at least stated for the record that this is something that needs to be done. Diderot, Rousseau, Voltaire, and the others here in Paris were motivated in the 18th century by the same sense of outrage that many of us have today. Outrage about the king, outrage about the church, outrage about corruption. They called their work the war machine of the Enlightenment. I'll spare you the French, although it's beautiful, but they wrote, this work will surely produce in time a revolution of the spirit, and I hope that the tyrants, the oppressors, the fanatics, and the intolerant will not win. In the end, we will have served humanity. Second and related, the work that we're doing is all the more important now because the world is being led once again by liars, criminals, racists, etc., who insist on suppressing facts and truth. And they do it in the most spiteful of ways. Look at our noble president. Our president has a social media platform that he created and financed called Truth Social. If we were, I don't know, if we were ever to borrow, if ever something should be called a Truth Social, it should be what we're up to right here. Social truth, to borrow a term from Emil Durkheim, comes out of what he developed, a recognition of the importance of social facts, facts on which modern society agrees, and social facts provide us with ground truth. Wikipedia is committed to this sort of thing and to keeping it available to as many people in as many places at all times for free. And how can you complain about that? Perhaps my favorite Wikipedia article, given where our country is right now, is one that demonstrates a remarkable commitment of Wikipedia and the Internet Archive working together, and the broader community, to keep the record up and available about the January 6, 2021 insurrection and the murderous attack on our domestic institutions. So third and related, and finally, just to look at this article, for example, those of you with laptops or an inclination to do so later, this article is extraordinary in many ways. but it is also a video-rich article. There are 10 multi-hour videos embedded in it, many more cited and linked. And you know that if the French Enlightenment guys, or even this community here, were to restart their efforts from scratch today, 300 years ago, or 270 or 25 years ago, we'd probably have to start with video. There's so many videos in this article. It is such a model to how to publish knowledge in the future, as our panels started with. And there are even references in this article to how many millions of people have watched the videos that are linked to this article about these horrible events back home. So I hope that MIT Open Learning will continue to contribute, and contribute in particular thousands of videos as well, and join the Internet Archive and Wikipedia as the bastions of honesty, as part of the modern war machine that we talk about. And I hope we can establish also, maybe in the discussion and in the years ahead, some best practices for helping the great institutions get their knowledge up and out there to the world. So thank you for organizing this panel with us, everyone, and now to questions and hopefully some answers.
Thank you, Peter. Well, Peter's always so eloquent in framing what we're doing. So I'll ask the panelists to come and sit on the edge of the stage. We're going to try to keep this almost like a meet the filmmakers type of event at a film festival. But I'd love to hear any questions you might have from the audience. Since we're short on time, we can go a little bit over, but since we're short on time, I would like to collect some questions first, not necessarily have everything stop for just one question. So as you're thinking of your question, I thought I could at least comment on some really insightful things that you said. One was the fact that if you have a PDF that's open, it's not necessarily reusable. I love that, because Commons too often is a place to publish stuff. It's not really a collaborative space. So I love that you're trying to push the envelope to say just having a PDF is not enough to be really fully open. And I love the idea of this mixture of experts that you're bringing to your video making. You know, that's like the magic phrase. Anyone related to AI know that mixture of experts now is a phrase you'll hear all the time, of like adversarial pushing and pulling on content. And it's great to see you implement that in your process, which is fascinating. So any questions? Yes, we're going to collect questions first, and then we'll have them answer. Yes.
I mean, not a question, but a general comment. I mean, congratulations on the work that all of you are doing. I mean, it's amazing to hear about that and very inspiring. And I mean, and about like the MIT in particular, I mean, I used to watch like the lectures, like I don't know, like 12, 13 years ago when I was in university, like a lot of lectures about software engineering. Those lectures saved me in my physics classes. They were like so good, and I mean, I was so happy. Like at the beginning, and I couldn't believe it. It was like, this is the MIT, and they have like the lecture, the things I'm learning in my university in Ecuador. Like everything is here. Like, but I mean, like first world class, like level of like content. I mean, amazing work that you did, and you've helped like so many people. Thank you for that.
Thanks for that comment.
I really like throughout these talks the use of video, and particularly video editing, down to short form content. I know Wikimedia Foundation has been on TikTok since about 2024. My question is MIT OCW on TikTok yet? And perhaps maybe it should, to go down to really short form video to get people in.
We'll answer that in a bit. But any other questions or comments to? Yes.
Yeah, I was just wanting to comment that it's really great that these resources are available for students. I've tried to convince my school to release this anatomy images on Commons, but they didn't really like that email, so unfortunately.
Thanks. I'm from Germany, and I'm really interested in like what you're doing, especially in the Basque universities, and I'm like starting to think about how we can apply this to our universities over here. Obviously, there are a bit more in Germany, so it's probably going to be bit more complicated. But you have like a real strategy, and I just wanted to know like what was your starting point? How did you get started on this, and how can we like maybe apply this to other countries as well?
Good question. Any other questions or comments before we bring it back to the front? Great. So maybe Kurt, you can answer very quickly about TikTok, and then we'll talk about how we got started.
Yeah, we have a project from our broader organization called MIT Moment, which specifically produces, 60-second videos, inspirations. And yes, those are on TikTok as well as YouTube Shorts and a few others. Yes.
Just say one word about that. Like, problematic thing that the owners of all of these social media platforms like TikTok and Facebook and other platforms for video sharing are not the best people on earth. And so the question is, is there a way around that or to supplement? And to my mind, figuring out ways of seeing Wikipedia host the kind of video that you're speaking of, Ross, and other people are interested in, including on this panel, is the, you had the word dream on one of your slides, like the dream thing, and that to me is the dream.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad that you like our project. And how to start in this? It's simple, but step by step, slowly. We started with one series, well, two, philosophy and Basque culture. And we started with philosophy because it came naturally to that, because we were talking about the necessity of having some videos in Basque, because our students don't have videos in our language to learn anything. So they tend to go to the Spanish ones or the English ones, so we think it's really important to learn something in your own language. And also because we wanted to have them free and in Wikipedia and integrated, so we started by what we had near. So we were talking about this project with some people that were philosophy teachers. So they were they had also this in mind. So I think the key thing is starting from the ground, that we work with university, but it's not like starting from the top, like we are going to talk with the university and then coming down to the professors of the researchers. But no, you go first to the teachers or the researchers. You find someone that is as interested as you are in the project, and you start collaborating there. And after that, when you have something to show others, it's easier, because you can tell others, look, we are doing this. It would be great to do this that we are doing in philosophy in economics, and you will be great if you can help us. It would be great. I don't have really a good answer, but it's step by step and approaching people first, not the institution. That's my advice.
In our experience, identifying the enthusiastic teachers is the key. And how you can identify those teachers is going to the office, that Oficina de Cultura Científica, Scientific Culture Office. They usually know the enthusiastic people inside the university that they want to do everything. So if you can contact that people and they like the proposal, they will help you to do the things, and they know other people also enthusiastic, because enthusiastic people meet with enthusiastic people. So I think that's the way you can make the project grow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and feel free to come talk to any of us afterwards. We need to close, right? But thank you so much for coming. We appreciate your support. Thanks.
Mesdames et messieurs, folks, welcome to the next session that we have today. Welcome to Wikimania. Bienvenue à Wikimedia. This session now is about Wikiversity. So please welcome Zoltak. Yes. Great. Take it away, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mate. So hi everybody. So this session, I think it might fill a gap in the previous session very well. This room is pretty much related to education, and I hope some of you stayed here. Do you hear me well? Okay. So I was going to start differently, but I'll start with an observation about the previous session. It was all about objects, resources, things that are ready, and we can take them and recombine them and put them into articles, and it's about things, and of course there's people involved. But I'd like to say that I want to ask a few questions, and one of them is how are academics still failing to embark in the Wikimedia movement? So they're embarking in many ways, as we just saw. There's other sessions that discuss other ways to engage educators and research in Wikimedia. But are there ways that we're not taking into account yet? And reversely, how is the Wikimedia movement still failing to nurture appropriate spaces for academics? And when I say academics, you can think from kindergarten until a lifelong education. And then, so the third thing would be, what about all these other things, like all those we just saw? If you came to this session after reading the pitch, then you might be here because there was something about having an open, cross-institutional, multilingual, collaborative space for hosting and collaborating on your classes or research. We'll get there. We'll get there, but I do want to very quickly talk about this issue of how might we still be failing and why this might be important. So there's this big provocation on the top. The shared vision of the academic and Wikimedia communities can only be achieved once they become indistinguishable. That's my opinion. I'll try to advocate for it and advocate for why it matters. Try to explain why it matters. So things the academic communities are failing to do since the 90s, because 90s, as by 90s I mean the internet, of course, and could have learned from its own initiatives as well as the Wikimedia movement. So we saw like MIT Open Courseware is a great initiative. It already has 25 years. Why is it still so unique? Why don't we have a list of hundreds of universities doing the same thing? And even before that, if we think about academic publishing in the 90s, Latin America produced Cielo and later Redalic and liberated their editorial academic editing activities. It's all under free-ish licenses, but and it's all under what we call today Diamond Open Access. So we're doing all this. We did all this very long trajectory in academic publishing to get today to recognize that Diamond Open Access is actually the only thing that actually works, and it's what the Latin America was doing in the 90s, and we just didn't learn from it, and it's still very niche. We're still with the big publishers making triple the amount of money they did before. So there's lots of things that academic communities haven't learned from the free culture movement. Moving beyond static, unstructured, author-centered formats of knowledge sharing, we still work mainly and get evaluated mainly by academic articles. And even teaching is hard to recognize, to have it recognized in academic circles. Produce free, organized learning resources on our subjects. So that's where MIT Open Courseware gets in, and probably the other initiatives, the Basque initiative and many others, instead of feeding dependency on proprietary resources that fosters inequality at every level. Still, so when I used to, in the 2000s, I used to talk about open science, or what was we were starting to call open science in universities and in public universities in Brazil, where I come from. And I would say, I would point to MIT OpenCourseWare and say, look, this is a private, for-profit, maybe not for-profit, but it's a private university. It's doing all this free content, sharing knowledge with the world. How are the public universities not doing better? I mean, it's in ethically, in their mission, in the way their purpose, everything should point otherwise, and actually they were doing much worse in a sense. Not everywhere, like I said, in academic publishing. And then if you would go and track a little bit what was happening, it had a lot of the presentation that their presentation of MIT OpenCourseWare was very interesting because, yeah, it had a lot to do with money. It's not cheap to do the kind of work that OpenCourseWare has been doing. There is a lot of goodwill and will to do this kind of things, like Cielo and the academic publishing initiatives prove, but you need a lot of money to do this. So we could also point to the fact that while the universities, and in particular geographically differentiated universities, don't embrace this, we also have a strange, potentially neo-colonial effect where you get neoclassical economics taught at MIT, diffused everywhere in the world for free, and nobody has ever heard about Milton Santos and the geography of dependency, which is the fundamental work of economics from the global south. So it's tricky. Finally, integrate everyone in the research ecosystems they manage. So if we're talking about everybody having access to knowledge, well, unless we believe in some strange thing about who can having some special intellectual property, we also mean that everybody should be enabled then, should be if everybody has access to teaching material and time to learn, then they should also be contributing. And what we get today is that we have a lot of excess intellectual capacity in humanity that we're not using, simply because our knowledge production ecosystems are still quite tightly encapsulated. And Wikimedia kind of explodes all that. So, of course, I'm talking about free licenses, wikis, freely public websites with free licenses, openly editable by everyone. So, but Wikimedia has also had its share of blind spots. And one thing is to recognize that not all knowledge can be produced like Wikipedia. I mean, we do acknowledge that, but I don't think the movement recognizes it as much. Almost every discussion about Wikimedia and universities, Wikimedia and education turns, like I said before, revolves around objects, validated objects, verified objects, accredited objects that come to the Wikimedia world and are incorporated and can be recombined or something. But there is no vision of how the thing that I mentioned in the beginning, how the Wikimedia community and the academic community could eventually become indistinguishable. Because in the academic community, obviously, knowledge is not generated by the sole direction of responsibility through citation. So there's no in wiki jargon, there's no WP source. And then recognize that not all knowledge should be produced like Wikipedia. Teaching and research involves very personal choices. And if you're a teacher, and I kind of, there's one word that's almost forbidden to say in education is teaching. You have to be a learner, you learn, you have learning communities, but I don't think Paulo Freire ever envisioned illiterate people learning how to read and write by themselves without any resource, without any. So a book is a teacher, so objects are actors. If we go to the sociology of science, that did not stop in the 60s. It's a trivial fact that objects are actors. They can be teachers. So the role of the teacher is still fundamental, and there is again the big ugly word, a neoliberal agenda where teaching must be suppressed because people are perfectly autonomous beings who are only going to learn. They're going to learn by themselves. And there's no role for a teacher. That hides the fact that the teacher is being selected by somebody who is not in play. So if your only teacher is MIT, you're getting the worldview of MIT, which is not only a criticism. There's a very positive side. You're getting some worldview, you're getting a lot of knowledge, but it has been. There's a lot of personal choices involved because there's always personal choices in the construction of knowledge. In Wikipedia, this is kind of balanced by neutral point of view, by consensus, by no ownership. But I wonder what happens when people only watch the videos and the pages and the only people with money to produce videos are from the global north. Sorry, I'm checking time. And finally, welcoming teaching and research communities then, therefore, in how they do. So I work at a university. I don't edit Wikipedia. I don't produce encyclopedic articles for a living. I don't produce Wiktionary entries. I don't produce, but I do a lot of knowledge work, and we talk very little about incorporating that into the Wikimedia movement, about my work, teaching and doing research. We talk about the outputs and how we integrate the outputs of these things. But why don't we work further into bridging the communities that are involved? Invest in appropriate technologies and integration with existing projects. That's not as important, but it might also help us solve the problem of oral knowledge, which at least for 20 years, the Wikimedia movement says blah, 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 oral knowledge, we should find a way to recognize that, and essentially nothing has been done of consequence. It's still completely erased from the landscape of Wikimedia. So this is like gloomy, not gloomy, this is like the criticism part of the talk. And not pessimistic, but reflexive. If I'm talking about all of this, I hope you expect me to present some alternative or to tell something about what we could do that goes in a different direction. And I think Wikiversity, well, if only by the name university that was borrowed in the construction of the thing, is one of the ways we can answer this, and a place where we can have this teaching and research communities belong to the movement in what they do and not producing things that the movement will incorporate. So in a way, they commodify the relationship between knowledge, academic knowledge, and the Wikimedia movement. So, however, Wikiversity has had is not entirely appropriate, not yet. I mean, so Wikiversity is not, it grew out of Wikibooks. But I think, but it grew in a very strange way. I'll talk about that. It's also not a MOOC platform, although sometimes we try to do MOOCs in there. And they turn out to be more like lesson sequences. A MOOC, in my understanding, is something that is much more interactive, that helps you keep track of what you're doing, that has a lot of tailor-made, dynamical aspects, community discussion, which wikis are not very appropriate for. But we do things in Wikiversity that we call MOOCs to attract attention, maybe, to say that we're... and it kind of works, and it's good. But we should keep it in mind that it's not actually a MOOC that's going to have, I don't know, 2,000 people following a course at the same time, and it's going to just work and keep those people engaged. That's not how it could work with Wikiversity. This kind of thing is not covered by what a wiki can offer. And Wikiversity sometimes is not Wikiversity. So what I describe as what it could help solve is not what Wikiversity has been, and it's not how it started. So if you go to the Wikiversity pages, especially the cover pages of Wikiversities in English and French, they're all very bureaucratic with faculty, department, structure, course, lesson, and they're all very contaminated by this. They're basically what they were in the beginning, a far neighborhood of Wikibooks. They're still Wikibooks in reality. They present themselves as something that should actually have never left Wikibooks, which is a place to produce generic, well-structured, well-defined resources that can be displaced. That's not what the university does, and not what Wikiversity should do. University does not produce books. Editors produce books. Some universities have publishing houses inside them, but that's a very small part of what a Wikiversity does, a university does. And so a long time ago, a bunch of people in Portuguese Wikiversity decided that was not very cool, not very useful. We were just essentially duplicating the content of Wikibooks and Wikipedia and creating some kind of sterile skeleton. And we decided to try something different that is related to all the blah blah I just tried to push on you. And this goes in two directions. One is in the classroom. And so it came from recognizing that we didn't want to be an extension of Wikibooks, not another place to create educational resources. And we didn't want to be a MOOC platform, even if it could have MOOC-like stuff inside. So in the classroom, we said, well, first, let's go back to what I said about universities and about teaching and research. It has to be personal. We have to admit that it's going to be personal. So there's a course, it's your course, and you should not say, I'm going to have classical mechanics or economics of, I don't know, Milton Santos again. It should say, this is my course, and it happens in a community where I have a role, or there's somebody who has a role of organizer, teacher, and other people are learning from, or with them. And we should acknowledge that, and that should be the focus of Wikiversity. Actual communities where learning and teaching is taking place, and not abstract educational resources. And then, of course, it's a whole family of wikis. So we should use books, Wikibooks. We should use Wikipedia articles as references, but that's not what Wikiversity should. Wikiversity should contain something different. It should be the place where people could come and organize, and it should be this place where these teachers and researchers find a cross-institutional, multilingual, collaborative space for hosting and collaborating classes or research. So a lot of universities start providing learning spaces and wikis, and then the administration changes, that project gets abandoned, all the work that was put in there gets into a static website or gets somewhere, or they want to collaborate with somebody from another institution, and it becomes a pain, a big pain, because only the people from their institution can get a login to their educational platform to create a course. So there is a lot of value in providing academic community with an open, cross-institutional, multilingual, collaborative space. And then a space integrated with our, not only the materials, but the culture of the Wikimedia movement. And if we can meet that need of teachers and researchers, then we might bring them in their familiar activities into our cultural space, and that might not necessarily make them produce Wikipedia articles, but join, and if only by contributing their courseware or their course plans, or hosting their lesson plans, or taking notes on Wikiversity, already contributing freely licensed material that can be recombined and can be studied and observed by others. So I took some examples here. Not all of them. They're very diverse. They're almost all. None of them is in English. For the courses, for the research, there are some English examples. And it's not all of them. Many of them look like perfectly fine wiki content we're used to. So this is, but there's twists. So this is like a specific institution, a specific department in a specific institution, and how they teach a specific subject in a certain year. So it's this class is taking this lesson, and that's how they see it. That's how it's presented to them, and with the choices that the department made or the teacher made. And if you think there's no choices in math, you're probably not a mathematician. Even if in the most basic math stuff, this is to give an example, just by chance the example is in math, but even if you take calculus, you can teach, depending on how you place yourself in mathematics, you can teach calculus, the most fundamental maybe thing in higher education math, in two completely different ways. Either you start with integrals or you start with derivatives, and you get to the same theorems, you get to the same stuff, but you see the subject in a completely different view. It's like going from, yeah, like I said, going from neoclassical economics to dependency, theory of dependency and economic geography. It's you're looking at the same system, but you see it in a very different way, depending on how do you approach things. Which operation you conceive as more fundamental, integration or derivation. Anyway, I'm diverging. So this is one example, maybe just to show something that's more familiar. And there's another example which might be more interesting, which engages, a little bit more a bunch of students. So this was, so we're getting out of STEM. This was, I guess, political science school, and they did field work with students in indigenous populations in Brazil. And the students would do vivencias, so they would spend time in these places and record things and keep track. So how this may look a little bit ugly, but it's notes from the students talking about how they've lived their learning about these indigenous groups and the sources that they collected, how they used, how they organized knowledge in their field work. And this was done several years in a row. And it's registered here. It ended in 2002. But all the material is here, and it serves as a permanent record of something that, had it been done using, I don't know, Google Docs or a shared drive or an internal Moodle of the university, it would just be blocked forever and probably lost and ended up in an archive or just simply erased by lack of funding for a tool by a university or something like that. Instead, the experience and the way that these cohorts built their knowledge about indigenous people is started with free licenses in a wiki, which with here is like each student group who wrote a little essay about the indigenous people they went to visit. There's pictures. So all these things, this is completely inappropriate for any Wikimedia project, right, other than Wikiversity. But in Wikiversity, at least in Portuguese, we try to stimulate this kind of, this is your notebook, instead of taking notes, private notes, this is your school note, teaching notebook, class notebook, or your research notebook. And just make it public as much as possible. And let's see what happens. And yeah, some of them, I mean, what is the usefulness of this? One could ask. Just bringing these people into the practice of free culture or the experience of free culture is already, I guess, something interesting. But more than that, if ever somebody is going to take up this kind of this course, for example, somebody in a different place, in a different university, they could have access to all the experience that was accumulated, and then part of the material is outside of Wikiversity, outside of Wikimedia. It's always messy. It's not really a problem that it's messy. Another example. This is somebody who teaches sociology, teaching sociology. He's been doing this since 2015. Every year we can see the full curriculum, the sources that they studied. So we can actually see in this university, in this community at this point in time, what were the big questions that were being asked with the students, what were the sources that they were working with, how they were providing their final exams, or how, and links to sources that many of them are not free, but we can see session after session what was discussed, what were the main questions, what were the specific sources for inspiration and for discussion. So this is actually opening up how knowledge has been transmitted and not packaging it in a finished product for consumption. Which is not to say that both things are unnecessary. Both things are very necessary. But I think this aspect has been very much neglected, bringing teachers and researchers to share their notes so this joins a different movement within open science and academic world. There's this notion of open notebook science, kind of joins with this. This is another course where we had, this is a course I taught still in Brazil, and there's all everything, each lecture, the references we read, they discussed, and then the comments of the students that the students left as a task, as an assignment on each discussion. And this is a more like recent thing where yeah, I put on the presentations, the presentations involved in the course. This is like this was to illustrate that we can, like, of course, all the time use hyperlinking to point to things that do not fit in the Wikimedia portfolio, like computer programs. We don't have, wouldn't use wikis to store and share computer programs. We would point to a repository, a GitLab or something like that. Yeah, and for the assignments of the students, the sub-pages, the personal sub-pages work very well. So that, yeah, that's one thing I want to show here also. Oops. Is that if we go to the category of the course, we have the assignments by each student, and it's all in their sub-pages with the name of the course, and then you have all the details of the assignment, the results, the discussion. Yeah, sorry. Ah, hi. How are you? Okay, maybe once we're a bit tight on time, I'll try to finish and then we can get to. And then we get to research, and we kind of have like the same thing I showed for teaching. We can do in research. There's other examples of teaching I wanted to share, but I guess I have to go a little bit quicker. Again, it's not, you don't own the pages, but you do. It's still going to be your research project, your research questions, your group that has a grant to do something. So even to some extent, there is a level of, like I put it before, there's to some extent we have to be flexible with consensus and ownership, and introduce a little bit of personality into the pages in a way that is still collectively organized, but it's different from the way that even Wikiversity was taught in the beginning as this standardized universal course on mechanics, course on forestry, course on is going to be this research project by these people in this setting with these questions. So here's one example of something recent, which is quite also interesting because it also plays with this notion of research and static outputs, which is a living review using Wikiversity and Wikidata of just sustainability transition. So this is a project that has been funded by Wikimedia Research Fund as well, I think. Yeah. There's all the details, the documentation of the project, the way the choices, the assumptions, the hypotheses, the choices were discussed, how methodology was constructed. Everything is documented on a public accessible, freely licensed collaborative wiki. This is a very radical depart from, if you've been in any research project in academic setting, typically you have private documents, very, very non-collaborative, that get lost in somebody's Dropbox after the project is over, or even during the project, people don't find their files anymore. So and this goes back to the discussion of open science, where you do open science for the collaborative, for yourself first, because it helps you, ensures that you can understand what you did, and it also produces this big cumulative community effect. So the construction of the rationale of the project and how it's going to be constructed, it's all accessible, the references. So in theory, even if nobody joins the project and say, I want to collaborate in this project, so cool, it's open, even if nobody joins, it's still an enormous leap from typical academic work, while still remaining entirely natural to academic work. You just displace where you do have to do to have the courage to make it public, to work in a different way, but you're still doing your job. It's not like these people are doing something different from what they typically would be doing to get paid or advance their careers. They're doing research. Their research is now in a public, a collaborative, freely licensed, and integrated with all the other Wikimedia projects. I think that's a good example of what we went to. There's another example here which is quite nice. It's somebody in a school of law. So there's, again, this is an English Wikipedia. There is a name on it. There is somebody to which this project is attached. It's not just international communication law. No, it's Juan Carlos Riofrio. How his approach to international communication law informs the greater, which is how academic work functions. So he tasks students with doing research on different legal systems on communication law, and there's super interesting reviews of how communication law works in very different countries around the world, and their goal was to in the end do a comparative analysis. So how this would typically be done with Word documents or worse, exchanged by mail privately between the professor and the students, and in the end they would pile this up in the professor's hard drive, and some select few would have access to do the comparative analysis. And here, the same work, the same goals achieved, but in a completely open way, integrated with the Wikimedia ecosystem, freely licensed, collaborative, etc. So again, even if other people don't join the effort, we could. I mean, maybe tomorrow I like law, I like this thing. I say, hey, Juan Carlos Riofrio, can I contribute Brazilian community? Well, it's already there, but can I contribute, I don't know, some country that's not in the list? And he would probably say, that's excellent, go ahead. But even if that doesn't happen, the simple fact that this is there and that these people have worked in the open is already quite, it's pretty much the essential part of it. Well, there's other examples. So in the link to this session, there is a link to a resource. The resource is this page. So you have access to this page by simply going to, without the links and suggestions, by simply going to the schedule and clicking here on Wikiversity page for this workshop. Takes you back here. So where was I? Yeah, so this is another few examples. You might not recognize me, but I'm there. This was a project in, I don't exactly remember when, but oops, 2015, around 2015. So all these things would have essentially been lost in some, maybe if we were very open, we would have set up a blog for the project, which 10 years later we wouldn't have maintained or paid the domain name or whatever, which is actually what happened. There was a blog for the project. If you click here, it's not there anymore. Luckily, we had almost everything on the Wikimedia ecosystem, so there's also this archival preservation and again cross-institutional sustainable aspect to it. Well, all the details about the project. This was an research action project in a coastal village in Brazil, where geographically one of the most the strongest research hotspots in Brazil, because of its social and biological diversity, and also a place where there is exactly zero higher education institutions. So we're working with the people from that locality to question this situation. How is it possible you have so much research here, and people from here cannot accede higher education without leaving. Anyway. Tack. Not here to do promotion of my past research. And again, just like more and more projects you can check. This is like a more data-oriented discussion, theoretical data and data-oriented project. It was funded. There's all the details of the meetings, the discussions we had at each meeting, who participated. So you get also another thing from this, which is you can see research in the making, which has a lot of good consequences from making research more accessible to people who want to do something similar and not think it's a black box that only magicians can do, but also becomes a historical record, so that people who try to understand how science evolved can study it at some point in the future. Or maybe today, because we want to be critical of what we do as we do it. I guess we learned that from. So basically, well, of course, one consequence of introducing this personality into the contents, into the records of public records of the works and the spaces we share, is that there is this kind of, not really ownership, but attachment to specific communities that are working on that. So I'd say, in a way, there's a shift from be bold to be collegial. Like, talk to people. It's about, it's not necessarily a wiki in the sense that anyone can come and edit, but it's a place for meeting people around shared interests, and then talk about how you can contribute. Of course, if you want just to correct typos, everybody's welcome. But there is this shift in mindset, but which is natural for the academic ethos, which is quite natural when you're in academia. You don't, even if you're in the same lab, the material from the other person is right next to you. You don't go take stuff from them. You talk to them. There's a collegiality required by and just to conclude before we open also to other examples, and if we have the time, 15 minutes, 10 minutes. About. So I can say it without these examples, and there's many more. We can say it works, but we could make it better. And I think together, if there's enough people interested to push this and to discuss this and to make sure that the Wikimedia movement takes this issue more, this opportunity more, and the academics take this, the academic communities also take this. Mess with it, and you also don't want to restrict it. You don't need to restrict it. That's what's interesting. You actually don't need to restrict it, but you might want to avoid an unnecessary accident. So simple things like approved revisions would be more than sufficient. And fixing dynamic page lists, because we actually want to show what's happening in a wiki, and if I want to open Portuguese language Wikiversity just to what happened. Just to show you how different it is since a long time. It basically has, this is the main page, it basically has an explanation that it is kind of explaining a little bit of what I said here, and then just explaining your user account, pages, subpages, links, new pages. You can contribute courses, study groups, and research. And then we use dynamic page lists to expose the activity, what is going on, what are people doing right now on this. And it's very, very diverse. Somebody just created a page for a study group about non-monogamous relationships created by people in the NMverse channel of the Brazilian Jabber XNPP network. Okay, that's fair enough. There's a bibliography, they might add more content later. Then there's also people doing, this is a student activity in a course about scientific journalism, which whose organizer is right here, João, who's sitting there, who is the other administrator of the Portuguese language university, Wikiversity, so we're both here. So if we don't like the project, the ideas I shared here, you can just queue us both and it's over. So here's the task by the student. If we go back here, this maybe module about methodology and philosophy of science. So again, this is in the context of this course. It's not a random. It's not an educational resource. It's a course with students, with teachers, with a dynamics proper to itself, people who are participating. You get to subscribe to participate, and then it takes place in a context of a teaching learning community. And there's lots of other. So in the Portuguese language Wikiversity, you get to see how this is happening. But this list is very awkward. I won't get into the details, but dynamic page lists is a mess. It doesn't really show what it should show. So fixing small things like an extension that shows recent changes in a select way would help a lot in making sure people get to this page and see interesting things and not things that have been favorited or added to somebody's watch list or some bot's watch list and that jump to the top because entering the watch list counts as activity for whatever reason, for the current behavior of dynamic page list and other quirks and awkward things. And there's many other examples of this kind of. So there's lots of people in universities who have been using Portuguese language Wikiversity as. So again, there's the name of a professor, the amount of here the slides that he uses, etc. Anyway, not going to. And there's this three study groups, courses, and research projects. And just to contrast, because I have to do this. I think we should get out of feature project trade finance as if trade finance was a monolith that only one way to see it or some kind of neutral point of view that doesn't correspond to how knowledge is transmitted in universities at all. And that actually corresponds to a page from 2000 and other than reversions, this is pretty much a page from 2007 that is on the front page of Wikiversity. Educational picture of this. This is not Commons. This is not Wikibooks. Again, we already have a place for this. It's called Wikibooks. We already have a place for this. It's Wikimedia Commons. So we could make better use of this project called Wikiversity. I don't know if there's contributors to other languages of Wikiversity here. I would really want to help. I'm not going to change the English language Wikiversity front page because I don't have the rights to start. But I would very like to talk and discuss how we can improve the way we see this project, which for me has a huge potential, and I hope I could give you some ideas of around it. So if Lionel wanted to show something, I thought you were coming up. So Lyon now is a contributor to the French language Wikiversity, and I think we did a presentation at Wikifranca long time ago about similar subject. So yeah, I'll let you show quickly because we might want to have a few questions.
Okay, thank you, Sultan. Just quickly, I want to share my experience. I start with Wikiversity with my thesis in master in anthropology. I was making my master about active Wikipedian community in Wikipedia, and I start to write my thesis on Wikipedia, and people say, "Oh no, you can't do it because it's not the place for creating new knowledge." But you can go the next door, Wikiversity. Wikiversity, what is it? I don't know about it. Okay, let's go. And I start there, and I discovered the project, and I did my master thesis there. It was nice because it was just the next door, and I say to everybody in Wikipedia, come on and see what I'm writing about you, and say if there is a mistake or something that you don't agree. And after this, I made my PhD degree, also in my Wikipedia Wikiversity project, and it was also agreed because it's a dialogical construction of the knowledge. After this, I go back to Wikibook. I take the three first chapter, and I did a book about Wikimedia movement. So there is a connection between Wikiversity, where I always use Wikipedia to explain a word, and I don't want to spend time in my thesis because you know, I don't know, like epistemological. It's epistemology is a word that not everybody know what is it. So I can redirect to Wikipedia easily with the blue link, or to Wiktionary also easily, or even I can make a link to Wikisource. Okay. And it's so. Finally, I found in Wikiversity something like central places to be connected with all projects of Wikimedia, including Wikimedia Commons, when I can put some picture that I took on my research field. After my PhD thesis, I start to teach in a university digital anthropology, and I make a wonderful experience. I make all my courses online on Wikiversity, and it was I get the chance to make a seminar. You know what is it? So I say to the student, so now I don't ask you to present your work front of like blah 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 front of the other people, but you have to create an article on Wikiversity, and it's powerful because I can say to the other participant, you have to look to the other part. And you have to learn what is peer review, and I make a peer review system on the courses. And after that, I was looking at in real time what's happened in the all-page participant student, and also in university. I say this is a good tool to avoid the issue of AI generated content for students, because you can check sentence by sentence what they do, and not like okay, let's give a PDF and we don't know how the PDF was created. And finally, yeah, I give you back. Okay, thank you, Soltak, for.
Because we're over time, and I would like. So João was over there. I'm here. Lionel is here. If anybody wants to discuss these things, I don't think we have time for questions. I ended up over blah blahing, but we're around for. I'm going to stay here for a while. 2 minutes. I have 2 minutes. Okay. Anybody has questions? Just one last thing. Even though the main pages of the multiple languages Wikiversities don't really reflect this concept, everything I showed is already allowed in every single Wikiversity. So it's just that the message is not clear, not in the main pages, not in the movement in general. And that's why I decided to organize this session a little bit. Yeah, questions? Anything you'd like to, if there's any observation? We can also wrap up, yeah. So thank you for coming. Yeah, there's one question. Do we carry the microphone?
Thank you so much for this. This is really interesting. The question I had was sort of around how we convince academics to use Wikiversity when there are already existing paid-for platforms that are embedded into a lot of higher education institutions. Like we use Moodle a lot, and I think Wikiversity could be a really good place for some of this. But I'd be curious to know how you convince academics to get on board, whilst not duplicating the work.
Thank you. Mike is traveling back.
I mean, don't have an answer, but some of the projects I shown are by academics whose universities do have Moodle. Just some people if you get the idea and you can collaborate with the Moodle things with links, and so you can have some of the class assignments and the things that require. So again, this is not a MOOC. This is not an e-learning tool. This is a public collaborative notebook with traceable history and integration with Wikimedia. So it serves a different purpose, and therefore it makes sense to use both. Use Moodle for what Moodle is very good at: classing, grading, assignments, the more like evaluation side, and publish and make sure you also you could publish your curricula, your ideas, at Wikiversity, and cross and mix stuff. People, I think one of the big things is people learn the most basic thing of the web, which is the link, which is often completely forgotten and is missed by many people. So you have parts of a research project that are private, that shouldn't be shared, that you're careful about. With simple hyperlinks, and of course, there's some level of goodwill and getting the idea. But on the other hand, there's also people who are in institutions that don't have access to these tools, or where these tools are not satisfactory, and that's quite a lot of the cases. In fact, a lot of people have tools. Sometimes they're imposed by the institution, and then you can do the mixing thing. But sometimes they're not, and they're not good enough, and this actually works better than a badly configured Moodle or an unstable e-learning platform that nobody knows if it's going to survive the next 5 years because there's an expensive contract that it depends on, and things like that. So yeah, you have to play with the many forces that are. I hope this helps. Well, anymore. I think we're done with time. So thank you so much, and keep in touch throughout the conference.
Thank you. And next point in the program is lunchtime. So bon appétit tout le monde. Lunch is for an hour and a half. Enjoy that. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Bonjour tout le monde and welcome to this session. We're just gonna wait a little bit more for more people to roll in and join us. So yes, but don't be shy, introduce yourselves to your partners maybe. Don't go scrolling. Enjoy, socialize. See you in a bit. From Wikimedia Chile, and then you introduce yourself. Alright, cool. Perfect. Session starting, join us. I haven't actually. Okay. So okay, yeah. Okay. All right, we are good to go now. So please welcome Michelle, Catherine from Wikimedia Chile and their presentation on communication. It's gonna be real good. So please take it away.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. We are very excited to see such interest in our work, in what we've been doing at Wikimedia Chile. We've come from a very long way, more than 14 hours flight to be here, and we're very happy. This is our first Wikimania also. And I know that we are also being broadcasted, so that's awesome. And well, our presentation is called Communication as Community Infrastructure, and we are going to tell you the story about how we grew our small Wikimedia community from 25 to more than 100 members in 2 years. So first, we would like to introduce ourselves a little better. We are both from the communications team at Wikimedia Chile. We are both journalists and we are both social communicators, and we are very passionate about communications. My name is Michelle Coyupal. I am the communications director at Wikimedia Chile, and my job is to design, to develop, to execute communications strategies to promote the Wikimedia values in our local context, and also to engage and to motivate newcomers and new local contributors to join the global movement.
Well, like Michelle says, I'm a journalist and a social communicator. Currently, I'm the community and territories manager at Wikimedia Chile, so being in touch with the community is a big part of my job. I'm very happy to be here, and it's my first Wikimania, como decimos nosotros. So we are very happy.
So we would like to start with a question. How many active people do you have in your community today? Understanding that active means a person that actively participates and continuously engage in what you do, in your editathons, in your meetups, in your workshops. I would like you to raise your hand if you think you have around to 10 to 20 active people in your community. Okay. And who was between 30 and 50 people? That's great, that's great. And now, who has between 60 and 80 active members? Oh, we have that one there. That's awesome. Congratulations. And who has over 100? Wow, that's great. That's awesome. And a second question. Oh, what happened? Okay. It's okay? A second question that we would like you to reflect and to sit on that throughout this session is how many active people would you like to have in your community? We will be back on that later, but I think it's something that we all want to think about throughout this workshop. So, we're here to tell you our story. This is our Wikimedia Chile community. This month, we're celebrating 15 years of, of a steady and continuous work. And we're a very active and highly motivated community in our country, in our local context. But the truth is, it wasn't always like this. And we have faced some challenges and some bumps along the way. So story begins in 2022. This was a time after the COVID-19 pandemic, and we had this issue that so few volunteers were showing up that we couldn't even reach a quorum to vote in our annual assemblies to select and to vote for our board. And fewer than 5 people would come to our activities. Sometimes no one would come. Yeah, it was very sad. And we also had a chat that was a WhatsApp group, and people weren't talking to each other. So nobody was really motivated to engage with the Wikimedia Chile community back then. So we realized that the problem was that our volunteers didn't feel called to be there. And we didn't understand why this was happening. We had some theories around that, but we knew that we had to do something about it. So after a while of analyzing and creating new ideas, we arrived to an uncomfortable truth. People, especially newcomers, didn't feel called because after the pandemic, we stopped building a sense of belonging. And this was a problem because volunteering runs on belonging, which is the emotional need of feeling accepted, feeling secure, and being part of a group. Also, volunteering runs on purpose. That it means having a clear and a meaningful direction in what you do in life. Somehow, these values began to, we lost a little of these values after the pandemic because of the lack of social connection and face-to-face interactions. So we put belonging and purpose at the center of all our internal communications. Everything that we communicate to our internal base of volunteers and supporters.
So, like Michelle says, we made a decision. We made sense of belonging and sense of purpose the foundation of our internal communications, which includes all communications with our volunteer community. Since then, our messages have emphasized that Wikimedia is more than people just either writing in Wikipedia or Wikidata or Wikimedia Commons, and it's a community united by shared values. The message, if you are part of Wikimedia, you are part of a global community of people who share your values and who are working together towards a better future. That's the purpose. So the result and the complication we have, more people began to see our community as an attractive space, one that could contribute their own projects. We launched an open call with fewer barriers to participation, using a simple form to join our volunteer community. And as a result, we grew from 25 volunteers to more than 130 in just 2 years. So there were some problems, some challenges. As a small team, we gradually lost track of the people joining our community. We knew very little about new members, which led to some community management challenges, including misunderstandings and conflicts within our community groups. But we learned some lessons from this rapid growth. Clear expectations about roles, participation, and communication help volunteers understand how they could contribute and what they could expect from us as an organization. Boundaries. Establishing healthy boundaries protect both staff and volunteers by defining responsibilities, communication channels, and response times from us. Engagement and retention. Fostering a sense of belonging and purpose encourage volunteers to stay involved and build long-term relationship with the chapter and the movement.
So mostly we can sum up everything that we've learned and everything that we had to face in this insight, that communication is the social fabric that sustains a community. It's the cohesive force that keeps a community together. So we learned that communications, the process, the human process of communicating goes way beyond than just disseminating information and broadcasting something. Communication also is an infrastructure. So you have to work on it and you have to make it strong for keep your community together. How does that look? If you want to have a strong infrastructure, a strong communications infrastructure, you have to define some items. First, you have to define the narrative. You need to establish some key messages that should be based on, like we said before, belonging and purpose. Then you have to make these messages the base of everything that you communicate to your community. You have to establish clear and consistent communication channels. Your people need to know where can find information and the frequency that you are going to publish this information. You have to also listen to your community. You can create ways to know what your community thinks, if they are feeling engaged, if they are feeling motivated with what you are transmitted in your messages. You can do this with satisfaction surveys, with focus group, with meetings with your community. And also you have to be constant monitoring, evaluate results, and if the narrative somehow is not working, if your community doesn't understand you, or it doesn't make sense what you are trying to say, you have to change it until it does. Also, we wanted to share these resources that comes from the Comms Network, which is an organization, a global organization that reunites professionals around the world that works on nonprofits. And they define that for this year, for 2026, communicators are not longer just shaping narratives. They are creating they are building trust on a human scale. And we often do this in hostile environments. So for that, we need new functions, not just new tools. And these are some ideas and insights that you have to take into consideration when you are creating a communications strategy, or as we like to say, a communication infrastructure. You have to be able to bridge building, to focus more on community building, not just broadcasting or disseminating information. You have to have your messages clear and establish some leadership voice, something that in Spanish we call voceros. And you also have to make sure that where people are looking for information, mostly in these AI search tools or in social media even, that the information that is being put there also is aligned with your values and your key messages. And Also, you have to be mindful about the internal comms, the communication that you establish with your team, with your colleagues, because it's important that your colleagues that are the base of this infrastructure, they also know why you are making these decisions. Why is this narrative and not other narratives? And you have to be able to explain that to them also. So, to sum up, we now would like to share with you some stories that we believe illustrate these challenges and all these experience that we had throughout these years. We have this story. Oh, there you go. You have these stories that we call the Aussie that, well, this was last year, where a casual conversation in our WhatsApp group about Ozzy Osbourne's death turned slowly and in a very expected way into a discussion. There was this volunteer that began to tease other volunteers that were sad about Ozzy Osbourne's death, and she began to questioning these volunteers. She said that since we're all Latin Americans, we shouldn't be sad about a British musician dying. And there were people that understandably felt offended by that. So that exchange of opinions began slowly to turn into a fight we couldn't contain. Because by then, the only guide and the only code that we had was the Universal Code of Conduct of the Wikimedia movement. And we realized that this code not necessarily applied to an informal space like our WhatsApp group. We didn't saw this coming. So that same day, we've created a specific guideline that we put it as an annex in our code of conduct that were rules specifically for the community chat and things that you could do, things that you cannot do. And we also established a system of penalization based on the level of the wrongdoing. So we learned that as communities grow, we need to establish clear rules and clear expectations, because this facilitates the moderation and also facilitates your communication with your community.
So what other things we learn? Many members and low participation. What happens? In just 2 years, like we said before, our community grew from 25 to 130 members, but only about half of them respond to our invitations. We noticed low engagement in service, newsletter, WhatsApp group, and community minutes was low. We realized that having a large community did not necessarily mean having an active one. We have numbers, but it wasn't active. So what we did, we launched a 1-month membership renewal process, communicating through email, WhatsApp, and MailChimp. And at the end of the process, we updated our database and our WhatsApp group, reducing our community from 130 to 85 active members. That's what we had now. What we learned, we found out that growth is not just about numbers, it is also about building an engaged community. Sometimes a smaller but more community is much stronger than a large active one. But what happened next? After that, we introduced a symbolic membership fee, about 3 euros, 3,000 pesos chilenos. We thought this might be reduced interest, but within a few weeks, 7 new members had joined to the chapter. This confirmed that a small barrier to entry can help to attract people who are truly committed. So what we were going to do now, we want, now that we've shared our experience, we'd like to hear your perspective. So we are going to ask you if you can, in groups of 3 or 4 people, discuss these next questions. What is your communication strategy today? Broadcasting or to community building? What do you think your communications are lacking today? And what can you do to improve your communication systems?
So we're going to give you 15 minutes to reflect on these questions. If you want, you can gather in groups of 3 or 4 people, and then or more. And then we are going to ask you to share your reflections with the group. Those who are connected can also participate if you want to reflect on this question, and you can share then our responses with the group. So we'll let you do it.
You have 10 minutes, please.
10? You have 10, yeah.
Tengo un pedido para ustedes. ¿Van mañana al Palacio ustedes de Versalles? ¿Hoy son ustedes? ¿A qué hora van? ¿En la tarde? Ajá. Yo tengo que estar hasta las 10:30 creo con los pósteres y después ya estoy liberada. Dale. ¿Ustedes van a estar acá? Sí, van a estar acá. ¿En qué hotel están ustedes, señor, por la duda? Ya están en el Ibis y yo estoy en el Mercury. Ah, ok. Yo estoy acá en el Moxie. Entonces mejor juntémonos acá. Bueno, dale. Y me escribimos por Telegram. Sí, gracias. Buenísimo.
Do you want to do any instructions for the online crowd?
Yo dije que pudieran también reflexionar. Oh, sorry.
The online crowd, yeah.
They can also reflect on the questions, and if they want to share their answers, they can give us to the chat. Maybe we can read them. And you can read.
So maybe you can tell them that on the mic.
But I told them.
You told them that?
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if they heard me. But
I don't know. Maybe I missed it then. Okay.
But quizás lo podemos decir otra vez. Okay. Hello, for those of us that are connected online, you can also reflect on these 3 questions, and if you feel like it, you can share your reflections with us, and we will read it here to the people in the room.
The Q&A will...
Yeah. We will ask them after they're done that one people from the group can share a reflection. So I can give a time for the online people also to tell us. Okay. That's great. Okay, okay. Hello, hello. So sorry to interrupt you, but given the time, we have to keep moving forward. Eh, so, right now, we would like to invite you to share our thoughts, to share your reflections. If you want, who can volunteer can share a main reflection and about around these three questions with the rest of the participants. We will have 8 minutes, around 8 minutes for this part of the workshop. And also, if the people that are connected online want to share their reflection, please let us know so we can read it out loud through the rest of the group. One person per group, that's the idea. So who wants to start?
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. So I'm in the group with the other four amazing women here. We are coming from different places, so that was like really nice talk. But we only covered the first question, unfortunately. The first thing is that some of us still do broadcasts, which is one-way information sharing. It's mostly because this is happening for the new one, just established. It's easier that way for the communication for now. But at the same time, because we also have someone with background as a teacher, she also tries to connect with the needs and the relevant activities that the students need to be doing for their own purpose. So having some people who have their own purpose make that engagement and interaction more relevant for them, and it's not like force only from our side. The next thing is that it's also collaboration method. There are a lot of ways we can collaborate. Usually we for example, here, Tanya is from Switzerland and also Miriam from Germany. They still have like similar language, one of the language, other than a lot of other language in Switzerland, for example. So there's a collaboration within chapters to chapters or within affiliates. And from me, as representative from ECAP Hub, it's the hub in East Asia, Southeast Asia, Australia, and the Pacific. We also do collaboration a lot. So we did broadcast and community building, but also one addition is to connect with each affiliate so they can share specific thing that they might not be super comfortable sharing with the broader group. Thank you.
Okay. Do I need to stand up? Probably. If you want to be on the stream, Max. Yeah, I will. Okay, perfect. I will just face this way. Do you see me? Stand up if you want to be on the stream. Okay, perfect. I don't know. So we were a pretty different yet Western group. We had representatives from Italy, Ukraine, Australia, and Serbia. Could you just hold the mic a bit like? Okay, it's like I'm eating an ice cream. But we represent a bit of a slice of the Western world, big and smaller countries, and we noticed some kind of similar problems. As an example, geography can be an issue in communication and organizing events. We mainly focus on broadcast communication, but we have also chats, which in some countries like Australia works best, while in others they tend to be pretty dead, let's say. Can I have the slide with the points? Okay. On the lacking, it really depends country by country. Sometimes we just don't know what's lacking. In other cases, like Italy, often there is an issue of centralization, like we only have the main events while the smaller local ones are not very well advertised. Who's that? So, I'm sorry. And what can we do? That's kind of an open question.
Okay, next person to speak, and please remember to hold the mic horizontally, much better to hear you. Nobody wants to? There we go, mic traveling.
Thank you. Let me be here. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sebmanda Will from Wikimedia Uganda. That's where I come from, and where I am the community manager. Community manager is in charge of communications and implementation of the projects. We have about 13 every year. When these two ladies were presenting, I was just like, wow, amazing. With my team, we have majorly tackled question 1 and 2. And from my end, from the end of Wikimedia Uganda, I have seen that we have been majorly doing broadcasting than community building. Yeah, we have been putting in a lot of effort to communicate to people, but the reaction and the engagement from what they give us feedback, I think when it comes to question 2, we lack that, and I believe we need to have a communication strategy that can help us to build than only feeding them with the information. Okay, and then the other thing I have liked, apart from them having a communication strategy, there's a way I think we also need to do to reach out to people individually. I was showing my colleagues, like 4 days ago, I was using X tools to identify people's contributions in terms of edits in the past 2 years, since January 2025. But out of the anticipated 500 members that are part of that community, around 130 have the minimum of 200 edits. So there are even those that have 0. Someone registered in 2017, They did some contributions, but for the past 2 years, they have been actively coming to the physical events. They even come, they eat food, we give them transport, but they are not doing any edit. And they are prominent figures in the community. So I think we also need a strategy of individually reaching out to such people, and we bring them back to editing, to active contributions. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm Ivo from Estonia, and for those questions, actually, maybe I think that could be also interesting question on the part that actually what is really the community on the side, because let's say we also are kind of, if you look about, let's say in one country, let's say is it Estonia or Chile or some other country, there's like a bunch of different people, but there also be, let's say someone is interested in birds, someone is interested in fortifications, someone is interested in coding on some specific thing. And for that part, it's also, sometimes we don't think about the part that if you want to join in those communities, those people, maybe the other potential members of that group are not within our borders. Maybe they are international, and our thing that other like places can't really do as well as we could is that we can link those people around the world that are interested in those same topics. And we should not only look around our own countries, but we should also look at maybe we have those people, and maybe in some other country, maybe we can get them together so they have also their community in this thematic thing that they are really interested, they're really passionate about. And we should working more on that field as well.
Any other groups? And I'm actually realizing it's better if you come here if you can. Better for the people in the room and for the streaming crowd. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Harriet from Ghana, and I was happy to be part of a group where we have a member from Turkey with a Wiki Club, Candy from Botswana, and also someone from Kenya, and then Bukola from Africa Wiki Women. So there was a variety of strategies that were being used, but we gathered that it's more or less like a mixed approach. We have the broadcast and the community building. And so as far as the broadcast is concerned, you really see more of just posting and posting with no time to really gather some form of feedback from there. But then when you go more into the community building, then there's the aspects of the survey tools, and also having that kind of one-on-one emails that are being shared with some resources that will really help the new participants. And the thing to note here is not to embedding so much links because they might not have a look at it. But on the other side of community building, we also try to include some form of trivia. So we have people engaging in those platforms when there's a question, or maybe something happened and someone was the first to go and change that article. They posted there and see, I went ahead. So you see people, well, okay, this is something that is being done within the community. In terms of problems would be like the timeliness of some of the feedback that we want to collect. Sometimes your event is way past time, and so keeping people for more feedbacks becomes a problem, and then that is somewhere to get some information from. And also about, like I mentioned, no follow-up, just post, and you do not give room for people to have that kind of engagement. And so people say, well, a one-on-one or a more targeted onboarding will be great for that communication strategy. Yes, so that's it from our end. Thank you.
Cool, we still have groups, right? Yeah, first there was that group, yes. Come in. Or come up, maybe. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jocelyn Miara. I work at Creative Commons as our community manager, so slightly outside the Wikimedia community, but with a lot of overlap. And our group was from Wikivoyage, from Art and Feminism, and another German group, I believe, right? And so we spoke about the variety of perspectives here and kind of different approaches. Wikivoyage spoke about how they probably need to do more broadcasting and promotion, where Art and Feminism spoke about how they wanted to do more engagement, kind of foster more belonging. I spoke a little bit about how we really need to drive home a sense of purpose and get more engagement in our community that way. So I think all of us kind of thought there's a variety of tactics needed and a balance of all of these. But one thing that stood out to me is just the numbers of channels that we're all managing. You know, a bunch of social media channels, a bunch of WhatsApps, a bunch of, you know, whether it's Slack or Discord or Zulip. There's just a lot to manage. So just want to note that there's a lot of work that goes into trying to do all those different types of communication.
More groups that haven't yet spoken? And yes, the online group. So, Alfie, do you want to come up with your computer? Is that possible? It is possible. So, Alfie's going to share the online thoughts we have.
Hello. So, from the online audience, we have 2 questions from Tanmay from India. The first question is to the speakers. They ask about how to communicate fluently to the community. And the second one is how to communicate about a topic in few words. Because, for example, this person doesn't really know how to communicate well. So how do we convey something in fewer words? So those are the 2 questions. Thank you.
Mike traveling.
The first question was how to communicate truly? Fluently. Okay. Okay, I think that it's important to establish the key messages. The key messages are key because there's are ideas that you're going to repeat and you are going to replicate in all of your channels. Also, it's important to be able to put complex ideas into easy to understand sentences. In our case, what we do is that we establish at least 3 key messages when we want to communicate something. And we put the effort and we get creative in how to explain this in no more than 1 sentence. So these 3 sentences goes in different ways and in different formats. We put them into newsletters, into messages through our WhatsApp group, into social media posts, also graphics. But the important thing is to be consistent about what you want to communicate. Consistency is key. And also it's important, like, sorry, I didn't catch your name, but you were talking about channels. That is very important because it is true that we as communicators, directors, and community managers, we have to deal with a lot of different channels. And multiple channels are also an obstacle to a clear communication. You have to define maximum 3 channels. We have 4 channels that are managed by Catherine and me, and it's a lot. and besides it's a lot, it also gets confusing. It gets confusing to your community. So you have to centralize the information in the best way you can. So I would say the key are centralize the information and also define your key messages and keep it simple. And you have to... Okay, and you also have to be close. We establish a tone. We try to talk to them into a very horizontal level because we are a community. We are trying to build trust. So we try to use a simple language. We try to be fun also because communications also can be fun. And that has worked for us. Yeah. So any other question? Or thoughts, reflections, ideas?
Mike traveling.
Okay, thank you. There are also 2 observations that I got when you were presenting. You talked about creating a community annex guidelines. Yeah, that has also been disturbing. I don't know, maybe I'll reach out and maybe you guide me more about that. But I tell you, people quarrel from WhatsApp groups and you find challenges handling them. Yeah, so that's also very important. The other thing you talked about is the symbolic membership fee. that attracts members who are really committed to wiki work that we do. I don't know how does that work, and I don't know whether I don't know how the foundation thinks about it.
First, thank you for your question. About the annex, I don't know if I can go back into the slides to show you in detail, but we already had a code of conduct that was adapted from the Universal Code of Conduct from the Wikimedia movement, and we adapted to Wikimedia Chile. Because we are an affiliate, we are an official chapter of the Wikimedia Foundation, so it was part of our duties to be able to promote and also to strengthen the Wikimedia movement in our local territories. The thing with the annex was something that we had to do because we had an issue that we didn't saw coming. Because people in Chile, they use WhatsApp a lot to communicate between each other. I don't know if that's the same in your countries, but in Chile, people don't really use Telegram or some others like Signal. They use WhatsApp. So if you want to stay in touch with them, we proposed to create a WhatsApp group. And it was something that was already created when we started this strategy. So we work around that. We work with what we have at the moment. And we have to create this annex that was ruled specifically for the WhatsApp group, because we tried to apply the code of conduct that we already had, and there were some volunteers that told us, but this is not something for the WhatsApp group because it doesn't say anywhere that this is for the WhatsApp group. So we have to be very specific about this part does it. This part says that it's for the WhatsApp group. So here's what you can do, what you cannot do, and what will happen if you break these rules. And so you also have to be very specific with Wikimedia people. I'm sure that you understand this. You have to be very clear. And your second question about what the foundation thinks about the fee. Well, since we are an official chapter, the foundation also gives us some freedom in how we can fund ourselves. So we depend on the donations and the grant, but we also have the freedom to ask our community to donate if they want to be part of our, we call them memberships, active memberships. So we establish a small fee that if they want to be part of our community and they want to engage in our conversations around governance, for instance, they can pay a small fee and they can be part of our community in a more active way. I don't know if that answers your question. Yeah, thank you. So we have 10 minutes left. Okay, I think it's the last one because we have to wrap it up. So,
online question coming.
Okay, question from Evelyn. The question is, what communication challenge have you encountered in your engagement with volunteers, and how did you overcome it? Thank you.
challenge. I think the main challenge is the one that I was talking before about how to be specific about what you want to communicate. Because you have to be very mindful about the words you use, about the problems with. In our case, it doesn't happen because we communicate in a local context, so we don't have issues with the translations. But sometimes we have to communicate things that are more on a global level, so we have to do an extra work to translate so everyone can understand what we're trying to say. And we also sometimes receive questions about, we didn't understand what you were trying to say. Please explain further. So we also are very open to receive questions. Each time we communicate something, we say, if you have to want more, if you need to resolve any doubts, please write us to, and we put our contact. But I think that is the main challenge. The main challenge is to establish a clear wording about wording. That and also the channels. I will insist on the amount of channels that we have to be constantly updating, constantly sharing with our community. So I think that we have to be very mindful about what does each channel need, because each channel also have their different format, the different ways of communicating. So we have to be creative. And I think that all of those issues can only be resolved by getting creative. So you have to talk with your community, you have to listen to them, and you have to create ways of creating and aiming towards a more clearer communication, because that is finally is the goal that we all are reaching. We all want to be understood, and we all want to communicate better to our community. So, to wrap everything up, because we are reaching the end of this presentation, we want to invite you to make a compromise, if you want. You can write a concrete action to strengthen your communication infrastructure. It can be something related to resources, something related to know a new thing, to change your key messages, to reduce your channels. Please do that. And you have to commit to try it and use it in your chapter, in your user group, in your organization when you come back home. We will give you about 6 minutes to do this. So good luck.
We have 5 minutes officially, but you can probably go a few minutes over because there's a break afterwards.
Okay,
So,
we want to give them 5 minutes to think about this section, and then we are going to give them a final insight, and we're done.
Cool. Okay.
Like a phrase to wrap
Just a
everything
phrase.
up. Just a phrase.
Cool, good. All right.
Thank you. Porque empezamos después, por eso dice que no es como...
Thank you for coming.
¿Dejamos que 2 personas lean su compromiso? ¿O no? ¿No? Se va a hacer muy largo. Se va a hacer muy largo.
I have to leave, unfortunately.
No, thank you.
But I want to talk to you later.
Okay, of course. Se perdieron esto. Que al final los dejo nuestro ya nos podemos ver. Ya nos conocen de cara. Sí, y el ¿cómo se llama? Cosa que tira aire está atrás. Ventilador. Ya, final reflection. Me gusta esa idea de broadcasting versus community building, porque es súper ilustrativo. Sí, y se entiende como a nivel global.
Martín. Martín. Hay gente que no reconozco. Sí, te dan muy poquito. Y ahora sí.
¿Tú? Sí, yo después te paso la Luis. Okay, we're very sorry, but we have to be finishing this. It was been great to share with you, to listen to all your reflections. And we wanted to leave you with this insight that I think it sums up everything that we've learned throughout this experience and throughout these years. So,
In the future, most trusted organizations won't be the loudest. They'll be the ones that know how to bring people together. Thank you.
and if you want to keep in touch, we leave you here our contacts. Anything that you want to ask us, if you need feedback, if you want to share experience, we'll be very happy to hear you. And if you want to know more about our work, you can visit our website and our socials at Wikimedia Chile-CL. Thank you.
And thank you, Catherine and Michelle. Thank you for participating. And next time, or next thing in the program is the opening ceremony. Before that, there is a break. Enjoy the rest of Wikimania.